Activists interrupt the latest leadership hustings to protest against the government's climate policy.
Good morning, it's 6 o'clock on Saturday the 6th of August. This is Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Ellie.
We're live across the whole of the UK. We're on your TV, your radio and online, so wherever you are and whatever you're up to, you can take us with you.
Here's what you're waking up to this morning. Liz Truss was interrupted by Green activists in the latest Tory leadership hustings. Once the protesters were removed, Liz Truss said she would introduce new legislation to stop what she called militant activists slowing down the country.
Elsewhere, Rishi Sunak has said his party can kiss goodbye to winning the next election unless they get inflation under control. Former Chancellor has also come under fire for a leaked clip in which he said he diverted public money from deprived urban areas.
And in a GB News exclusive, Rishi Sunak has told Esther and Philip that the government has failed to focus on grooming gangs in rural towns across the country. Mr Sunak has promised tougher action on these criminals if he's elected Prime Minister.
I think for too long we just haven't focused on this issue, Philip, and it's a horrific crime that is affecting actually not just girls in a few places, it's far more pervasive across the country than actually we all realise.
Well, if you want to join in any of our discussions this morning, we would more than love to hear from you. GBViews at gbnews.uk, or you can tweet us at GBNews.
If you're watching us online or on our YouTube page, you can also subscribe to stay up to date for all the highlights from across today's show.
So here we are, bright and early Saturday morning. Did you have an early-ish night?
Early-ish.
Costello?
Early-ish. Yes. What about you?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it was. I've got to be in bed by about 8:30. Otherwise, I'm absolutely hopeless.
Oh, I wasn't that good.
Oh, weren't you?
I think it was about 10:30 last time I looked at
10:30?
the clock. But that's quite good for me. That's very good. Yeah, so what am I on? 4 hours sleep.
See, it's not enough.
Which is also standard.
It's not enough. How much sleep do you need? We did a survey the other week, a study that was out, which said you do need your 8 hours. Some people say 6. Some people, as they get older, say they need even less. The older I get, I need more.
Do you?
Oh,
what's the optimum for you?
8 to 10.
Oh, that's luxury.
8 to 10, I could do easily every night.
I couldn't tell you the last time I had 8 hours sleep. So I think it's about 5. I can function.
I can't function.
Keep the coffee.
I can't function on less than 8.
Yeah.
Though I had less than 8 last night, didn't I? So it's why I'm making excuses for myself already.
Anything could happen this morning, is what he's saying.
You just never know. Get in touch. Let us know how much sleep is ideal for you. Because if you're up early watching this...
What are you doing?
Yeah.
Go back to bed.
Did you have a very early night? I don't know. GBViews at gbnews.uk. Now, on to more serious matters for you. And the former Chancellor, Rishi Sunak, has defended comments he made in a leaked video where he says he diverted public money from deprived urban areas.
Yes, speaking at the latest hustings event in Eastbourne, Mr Sunak insisted his plan is to alter the formula to help both urban towns and rural areas. Meanwhile, Liz Truss's speech was disrupted by activists who criticised her climate policy.
Well, as the two candidates continue their race for number 10, Rishi Sunak has exclusively told Esther and Phil on GB News how political correctness is affecting how grooming gangs are tackled in Britain and how he's going to address the problem if he becomes Prime Minister.
I think for too long we just haven't focused on this issue. And we all know the reason that people don't focus on it. It's because of political correctness, and they're scared of calling out the fact that there's a particular group of people who are perpetuating these crimes. And I think that's wrong. And I want to change that as Prime Minister. So what I've said is we'll have a new task force at the National Crime Agency that's focused on this. We will have a requirement for police forces everywhere to prioritise this. I want to make sure that all police forces record the ethnicity of those involved, which currently is not done because people don't want to do that. And I want to create a brand new life sentence for those involved in grooming with very limited options for parole.
Well, the full interview will be on GB News from 10 o'clock this morning when Esther and Phil are on air, as you know. For more, let's talk to Director of Orthodox Conservatives, Joseph Robertson, who's here in the studio. Good to see you this morning.
Good morning.
Look, how do you think this is going in terms of the contest so far?
Well, I think What we're seeing is a back and forth. One will come out with one policy issue and the other will try to counter that with their own sort of thing. I think Liz is winning on the tax debate, so now Rishi's turning to the cultural issues as a way of trying to squeeze some more votes from the areas that maybe wouldn't generally support him from the membership. So I think what we're seeing is lots of tossing and turning. Both candidates are kind of backtracking on things that they've done in their time as ministers. And they're having a hard time of trying to find enough countermeasures to make them popular.
You say that Rishi Sunak is now tackling cultural issues. You can see there that exclusive interview with GBNews where he's talking about grooming gangs, saying they're not spoken about often enough. He thinks because of political correctness. What's your reaction to that?
Well, I think he's right, but I don't know if his coming out with this now is necessarily the most authentic way of going about things. I think he probably could have come out with something in his time when he already had a measure of power over the last few years to discuss this kind of issue. And this is always the problem I find, is that when it's time to be leader, promises are made, and when it's time to actually do a job, promises generally aren't kept. So what we need to see now is some measure of accountability. If Rishi's genuinely going to put that plan in place, where's his advisory team ahead of time? You know, where are the measures that are going to be taken to actually implement something like that? I think with someone like Liz, she's got an issue on her hands because she's trying to put a moratorium on the green levies. She was the one who introduced them, but at least she is sort of saying something that's actionable policy instead of a sweeping statement, which is what I think Rishi tends to do more of.
And do you think Conservative Party members want to hear about the tackling of grooming gangs? Is that something that's going to win votes at this stage?
Sure, absolutely. But I think the two primary most important things are tax and immigration. So I think that's what the voter base is going to be looking at. And I think in the tax regard, Liz, her most quotable moment for me was saying that you can't tax your way out of inflation. And I think that's something Rishi just hasn't grasped yet. So I think that's going to do her a lot of good in that respect. I think in terms of immigration, they've got similar sort of approaches, but Liz has taken a harder line, saying we're going to go against the European Convention on Human Rights if we have to. There's quite strong talk, and that's going to connect more with the grassroots of the party, who may be supporting Kemi or Suella to start with. They both wanted to take us out of the ECHR or do something to tackle that. So I think Liz will be winning over that sort of more traditional side of the party, and Rishi's sort of winning over the Remainer side of the party.
Which is interesting, because that's... Look, also, he's made this comment, which has been leaked, about funding for certain areas. Let's just have a look at the clip.
To start changing the funding formulas to make sure that areas like this are getting the funding that they deserve. Because we inherited a bunch of formulas from the Labour Party that shoved all the funding into deprived urban areas, then that needed to be undone. I started the work of undoing that.
Now, that's controversial, isn't it? And you can understand the audience he's talking to, and there is sections of the country that think we aren't getting the help we need because it's all being prioritised somewhere else.
Sure.
So I can understand the argument he's making. Let's be balanced about it. But it's about optics. It's about saying Labour shoved this money somewhere and I'm reversing it. Now, that does not look good.
No, it doesn't. And also that's coming out the mouth of a man who wanted to talk about levelling up most of the time that he was on stage over the last couple of years. So if you're going to talk about levelling up, but secretly you're taking away money from the communities that you're trying to level up, well, it doesn't really matter where that money's going. That's not going to win you votes, is it? And I think the broader picture is that we're going ahead into 2024, and the Tory party has to think, well, do they want to stay in power at this point? Who are they trying to connect with? I don't think Rishi is going to connect with the Red Wall. I don't think he's going to give them anything that is really going to be putting bread on their tables. I think Liz has proven that she's willing to try and cut tax in areas that's going to help the self-employed, that's going to help small businesses, that's going to boost growth from the grassroots up. And I think Rishi is just failing to show empathy at this stage. And that is very key when it comes to the broader picture of a national election.
Almost 5 million views on that video, that clip that we just showed you. Some critics saying that this is now the end of Rishi Sunak's campaign. He can't come back from this. Do you think that could be the case?
I've said all the way through, I just don't think he's going to have enough public support for him to be the right leader for the country. I don't think he connects with the right areas of the public, and hopefully the party can see that if they want to win in 2024, he's just not going to be the man for the job. It's almost more Blairite kind of talk that's coming. It's very polished, it's very slick, but it just doesn't connect with real people. You know, I don't think he's looking at how his tax policies have affected people. You know, this is the guy who is trying to encourage the Bank of England to buy off government debt just so that they could continue funding lockdown spending. And that kind of stuff, that's in the last 2 years. You can't get rid of it that quickly.
Yeah, interesting. Joseph Robertson, good to talk to you this morning.
Thank you
very much indeed.
Well, let us know what you thought about Joseph Robertson's points there. I'm sure lots of you will have opinions on that. gbviews@gbnews.uk.
Let's bring you up to date with some other things that are going on today at 6:11. And Archie Battersby's parents are said to be devastated after exhausting all legal avenues to extend his care. Life support for the 12-year-old, who's been in a coma since April, is due to be withdrawn at 10 o'clock this morning. It's after the European Court of Human Rights said it would not intervene following a High Court ruling that he can't be moved to a hospice.
Liz Truss says she would help people with the cost of living crisis by lowering taxes and not by giving handouts. Speaking to the Financial Times, the Foreign Secretary says she would look at what more could be done to help with rising fuel bills, but would do things in a conservative way if she becomes the next Prime Minister.
The Transport Secretary plans to treat killer cyclists the same way as motorists by introducing a death by dangerous cycling law. Announcing the plans in the Mail, Grant Shapps said it would close a legal loophole which currently means cyclists who kill pedestrians can only be jailed for 2 years.
The NHS 111 service have warned of delays due to a computer system outage caused by a cyber attack. It's affecting the system used to refer patients for care, including the dispatches of ambulances and emergency prescriptions. There's indications that the issue may not be fully resolved until next week.
So Archie Battersby, as we were just saying, the 12-year-old who's been in a coma since April, is going to spend his final days in hospital in the Royal London. His family said to be devastated that all legal routes have been exhausted. They were trying, weren't they, Ellie, to first of all extend his care. That was all rejected. So then they wanted to control end of life by moving him to a hospice. That's been rejected, and the Court of Appeal said it wouldn't intervene last night. I know you've been following this very closely. I mean, it's just the most horrific situation.
It's just absolutely horrific. It is one of the saddest stories that anybody can imagine. I think so many people can relate to it because it is every parent's worst nightmare. This is a 12-year-old little boy, an accident at home 4 months ago. He's been in a coma ever since. And the question is, what do? Do you wait for him to wake up like his parents had hoped? They still believe that that could be possible. The medics are all saying that he is brainstem dead and there is no chance of recovery. So there have been 2 legal issues with this, really. The first was about extending his life support, keeping him on his life support machine. It was taken to the Court of Appeal. It was taken to the High Court twice, then the Court of Appeal, then the Supreme Court, then the European Court of Human Rights. All of the judges saying the same thing, that Archie was brainstem dead and it was not in his best interest to continue his care. And then his parents, because they said they would fight this to the bitter end, they said that they would do everything they could for Archie. They then launched a separate legal bid, and that was about where Archie should die, and that was whether it should be in the hospital or in a local hospice. And the parents believe really passionately that he should be transported to a local hospice. They think that he'll have peace there, that they think it's more dignified. And they took that to the High Court and that was dismissed. They said it wasn't in Archie's interests. Essentially, the nurses and the doctors say there's so much distress in even moving Archie in the bed. They said putting him in an ambulance and then taking him on a journey to a hospice is not beneficial for anyone. It's definitely not in the best interest of Archie. So then that went to the Court of Appeal. And the judge upheld that. And she actually, for the first time, and I don't think I have shared this yet on GB News, she actually, for the first time, shared some of the detail of what would happen when life support is removed from Archie. And she said she was very happy that it was dignified and it was respectful. We know that the hospital would allow time for Archie to be with his parents, with his family, and they would hold him. He would die in the embrace of his loved ones. So the judge said she was satisfied that it was respectful and it was dignified. And then last night, the parents did try to take this to the European Court of Human Rights. They said they couldn't intervene. They can't take it any further in the Supreme Court. So we do know, and it was confirmed last night, that Archie Battersby's life support machine can be switched off from 10 o'clock this morning. Doesn't mean it will be. The hospital are allowing the family time with Archie, but it is just the most horrific story. And
it's
there's no
awful.
happy ending,
There's
and there are no winners in this.
I'll tell you
It's
what,
just
and
awful.
last time Holly Dance was Archie's mum was here in the studio, and she was telling us that they've had a lot of online abuse over this, and I do think, and I can understand people saying, look, you're perhaps not doing the right thing for your son by making this hang on and linger, but that's not our decision to make, is it?
I don't
At the
think-
end of the day, and
No.
you know, who would want to be in that position? And so you've got to give them, the respect they deserve in all of this, and say, and treat them with respect. What a situation to be going through, even if you don't think they've done the right thing here. It's not our judgment call to make.
Absolutely. You cannot judge what that family are going through unless you were in their shoes. I don't think you can say even how you would respond in that situation. If that was your child on a life support machine, I've spoken to many parents this week who say they'd do exactly the same. They'd have to feel for their own sanity that they'd tried every
everything.
legal avenue. They'd have to know it will help with their eventual grief. For them to know they've done everything. And actually, Holly Dance, who is Archie Battersby's mother, she was speaking outside the hospital. I spoke to her a few days ago, and she said she's going to need serious therapy after all of this, but she hasn't even thought about it.
No.
So I haven't thought about myself once. The only thing that she's doing is leaving the hospital bed to come and do media interviews, but she hasn't thought about herself once, and the time will come when she's going to need a lot of help to get through this. But
Well,
right now, of course, her focus is on Archie, and our thoughts are, of course, with them. Today is going to be really, really hard for them.
It's
just so
unbelievable. Unbelievable.
But it's
I can't
very
imagine.
emotive, isn't it? I mean, everybody seems to be talking about this story.
I mean, the problem is that after Archie has passed away, whether they are still going to think, well, actually, more could have been done. He could have continued life, even though the doctors are saying that just wasn't feasible. That isn't going to happen. Do you believe the doctors? I mean, the judges have. I mean, every legal avenue they've pursued, it hasn't got them any closer to what they wanted. So you have to. Do we sit back and say, well, we think the judges and the medics are correct in this? Well, probably yes, but that doesn't make it any easier for them, does it? I mean, it's awful. It's such an awful situation. Anyway, we will bring you developments on that as they progress throughout the course of the day, which is not going to be a happy thing to bring you, is it? But we'll keep you up to date with all that, and we do, of course, send all our thoughts to the family at the unbelievable time for them. Don't go anywhere, though. We've got more stories coming up for you in a couple of minutes.
Morning. If you have to rainfall this weekend, it's not good news. Certainly for most of England and Wales, it's going to be a dry weekend with sunny spells. A bit chilly out there first thing this morning. It is going to turn warmer, more especially as we go into next week. High pressure is moving in, keeping things mostly dry, certainly for England and Wales. We do have this weather front, however, which is trickling across Scotland, bringing some light rain and drizzle here and there. Always likely to stay fairly damp through today across northernmost parts of Scotland, but elsewhere through central and southern Scotland and Northern Ireland, just a few showers scattered about, really. For the majority across England and Wales, it's staying dry. Quite a bit of cloud over northern parts of England, North Wales, but lengthy spells of sunshine across the south. And it's here where, after a bit of a chilly start this morning, temperatures will pick up this afternoon to 24, 25 degrees. Cooler conditions further north. But if it brightens up in eastern Scotland, we could get temperatures back up to 20 Celsius late in the day. Overnight, we'll keep outbreaks of rain going over the Northern Isles and the Western Isles, northern parts of the Highlands. Elsewhere, again, the vast majority will be dry and clear. And again, reasonably comfortable night, certainly fresher than it was earlier on in the week, with temperatures in some spots down into single figures. Another fine day to come then on Sunday for most of England and Wales. Western parts of Scotland keeping the cloud, outbreaks of rain and drizzle on and off here. But a brighter day across Aberdeenshire, down through to the borders, some sunny spells. And I think it'll stay dry and bright across Northern Ireland too. With that wet weather in the far northwest, temperatures again suppressed somewhat here. But elsewhere, temperatures a little higher tomorrow, more widely over 20 Celsius, and in the south, 25, the southeast, maybe 27 degrees Celsius. High pressure then, the dominant feature through the weekend and beyond. This high will keep things dry for many well into next week, and as you can see, we're expecting the temperatures to rise further next week as well.
The man who wants to be the Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak, sits down with me, Esther McVeigh and Philip Davis this Saturday. Don't miss it. Does the former Chancellor have what it takes to beat his rival, Liz Truss? Can he regain the momentum he's lost over the last couple of weeks? All questions and all answers put to the Tory leadership hopeful, Rishi Sunak, this Saturday, 10 a.m. on GB News. See you there.
We are GB News.
We're right across this great nation.
On TV. On radio.
On digital. Absolutely everywhere.
We don't talk down to you.
We embrace all voices with honest and civilised conversation.
We are not part of the establishment. We're one of you.
And we're only getting started.
Join us on GB News,
the People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
My name's Tom Harwood and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today.
I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory, twice baked.
Is there not an opportunity here to win out against the extremes?
Tom Harwood, GB News.
What are you going to do about it?
Things should have been done differently, and they certainly are being done differently.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, 9:30 Monday to Friday on GB News.
Where would you like to go?
Just take me to the studio, please, Matt. You know where you're going. I've got a show to do. Friday Night Feast on GB News, 7 p.m. And it's like nothing you've ever seen before. We take a different angle on the week's biggest news stories. The viewers and listeners set me some absolutely mad challenges to do. We tried to rehome a rescue dog. And yes, there's some other wacky stuff in there as well. I feel like I could take on the world. Well, that's that. Friday Night Feast with me, Patrick Christie's, every Friday, 7 till 9 p.m. on GB News. Be there.
6:23, morning to you. This is Breakfast with Stephen and Ellie on your TV, your radio and online.
We're everywhere, there's no escaping us. Now, with rising energy prices around the world, many are starting to question the future of the UK's energy supply. The conflict in Ukraine, sanctions on Russia and an increasingly uncertain world mean energy self-sufficiency is high on the list of government priorities.
Now, in this spirit, the government has recently approved the construction of a new nuclear power plant in Suffolk. They hope it will help Britain diversify its energy sector and bolster our ability to be energy independent. Our East of England reporter, Ed Crawford, has more.
Britain's going nuclear. This giant dome building along Suffolk's coast is Sizewell B, which generates 3% of the UK's energy, enough to power 2.5 million homes in East Anglia. The government has approved the construction of Sizewell C and hopes that it will give the region as well as the UK's power grid a needed boost. Dwarfing Sizewell B, the new power plant will be almost double the size, and the government hopes it will help the country become more energy self-sufficient. Julia Pike, the financing director for Sizewell C, says she has big hopes.
Well, it's great news for Suffolk because we're working with all the local colleges. We're going to introduce lots and lots more skills training for young people and for adult retrainers. We're going to have 1,500 apprenticeships. We're going to bring thousands of really high quality jobs to Suffolk. and we're going to put around about 4 billion into the regional economy. So it's a fantastic boost.
Energy supplier EDF is behind the project and says it will generate enough low-carbon electricity to supply 6 million homes. It also believes it's a vital step in diversifying the UK's energy sector and reducing the country's dependence on fossil fuels. Ipswich MP Tom Hunt has followed the developments closely.
I support the construction of Sizewell C because locally I can see it providing a lot of jobs and opportunities for people, particularly young people, both during the construction phase and once it's completed. I also support Sizewell C because at the national level it's going to make a significant contribution towards a healthier energy mix for this country, one which promotes energy self-sufficiency and security.
The nuclear option isn't generating enthusiasm for everyone. Alison Downs from Stop Sizewell C has been campaigning for a rethink of the development and is sceptical of the claims it will make the UK self-sufficient.
Sizewell C is neither British nor is it secure. It's going to be developed by a foreign state-owned company that's currently in partnership with a Chinese state-owned company. Sizewell B behind us currently uses enriched uranium fuel from Russia, and that's going to be the case when it refuels next year. So there's a scramble here to find alternative sources of fuel for nuclear energy. And by the time Sizewell C is finally built, if it is built, our energy landscape is going to have been transformed. And I think that future politicians will come to regret investing billions of pounds in a project that is going to take so long to deliver any benefits.
With rising energy prices and a cold winter ahead, the government hopes that by taking the nuclear option now, Sizewell C will be heating Britain's homes and delivering energy security in the years to come. Ed Crawford, GB News.
Do we need more nuclear power? If I can get my words out this morning.
Where are you going with that?
Yes, yeah. Probably. We probably do, to be honest. We need to do something. People talk about fracking. Well, that's not going to be a long-term solution, though it might be necessary in the short term, but that's going to take years to get up and running as well. We do need to have energy security. I think that's what we've learned.
If the last 6 months have shown us anything, it's that, isn't it?
Morning to Anne. Hello. Good morning to you, Anne. Stop. What are you doing, Anne? Take a breath. Because Anne says, I am, as usual, watching GB News, doing my exercises. Sleep 8 hours, very fit at 82 years of age.
Very good.
Well done. That's great. I love that, Anne. Well done to you.
Yep, Jack says, I'm an ex-sailor of 25 years. I'm 59 years old now. I sleep 2.5 hours a night. What? Jack, you're worse than me. I have submersions. But it's cool because I'm now an artist and I paint night and day. I've just completed a fine art degree. I got a first.
Wow.
Incredible.
Ooh,
creative.
Send us some pictures.
Yes.
Send us some pictures.
2.5 hours a night. That's a nap, Jack. You're napping.
Got sleep apnea as well. Does that mean you can't go out? You have to be very careful because that's when you just sort of nod off unexpectedly.
Oh, sleep apnea?
Oh, no, no, that's not sleep apnea. Sleep apnea is when... Oh, that's when you stop breathing when you're asleep, isn't it?
Sleep.
Yeah, no, it's when you stop breathing. Sleep apnea.
Yeah, your breathing stops and starts while you sleep.
Oh.
Oh dear, that sounds very disruptive.
You have to wear an oxygen mask and things. It can be quite very
usually treated with a mask that you wear whilst you're asleep, yes.
Oh, there you go. Look at me.
Every day's a school day, Jack.
I have a doctor, you know.
Are you on the side?
No, I have a doctor. I've got 2 doctorates.
Are you?
Yeah, I have.
Oh, you're not joking?
No, I'm not joking, no.
Paul
says, great show. I watch GB News in Baku in Azerbaijan daily. Wow.
That's cool.
I have the GB News app downloaded on my phone. Great to see the day started at 6, listening to God Save the Queen and watching the well-balanced discussions during the morning. We do try and bring balance.
Yeah.
But Azerbaijan, Baku. Isn't Baku a planet in Star Wars or something?
I really wouldn't be the one to ask about that. You're the one with your Star Wars socks.
I had Star Wars socks on yesterday.
You did.
No, I didn't. I had Star Trek socks on. Don't get me confused.
You look so smart up top, and then he's got Star Wars socks on underneath, so don't be fooled. And we've got lots to be talking about sleep. Sandy says, I only have about 4 hours sleep on a good night. Other times I only sleep 2 hours. What is it with all of you? Not sleeping. Sandy says, I get up to make a cup of tea and then maybe another hour or so in my chair. Oh, well, Sandy, I hope you're taking it easy this morning.
And
watching us.
I sympathise with Kat, who says, I like about 8 hours sleep. However, my cats think I only like 5 hours. This morning, they woke me up at 3 a.m. Yeah, I know that Timmy's exactly the same.
My dog Lulu's the same. Jumping on the bed. Awful. But I've just been having a look at most powerful people in the world, and it does seem a bit of a pattern that the most successful people don't sleep. So Jack and Sandy, you're in luck there. You're in good company. Jeff Bezos, average of 5 hours a night. Zuckerberg doesn't go to sleep until 3 o'clock in the morning. That's Mark Zuckerberg of Facebook. And I'll give you one more. Let me have a look here. Yeah, Bill Gates. Oh.
Well, it's gone.
He gets a solid 8.5 hours each night. So there you go. He bucks the trend.
Oh, you see, there you go. You see Microsoft. Thanks, Bill.
There you go.
But balanced, because yours is an Apple.
Yeah.
So there you go. We're totally balanced and impartial. Let us know how you're getting on today. gbviews@gbnews.uk. Don't go anywhere. We've got plenty more to come, including more of our exclusive interview with Rishi Sunak. Has he done enough to win? What do you think?
We are GB News.
We're right across this great nation.
On TV.
On radio.
On digital. Absolutely everywhere.
We don't talk down to you.
We embrace all voices with honest and civilised conversation.
We are not part of the establishment. We're one of you.
And we're only getting started.
Join us on GB News,
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel. Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
My name's Tom Harwood and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today.
I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory, twice baked.
Is there not an opportunity here to win out against the extremes?
Tom Harwood, GB News.
What are you going to do about it?
Things should have been done differently, and they certainly are being done differently.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, 9:30 Monday to Friday on GB News.
Where would you like to go?
Just take me to the studio, please, mate. You know where you're going. I've got a show to do. Friday Night Feast on GB News, 7 p.m. And it's like nothing you've ever seen before. We take a different angle on the week's biggest news stories. The viewers and listeners set me some absolutely mad challenges to do. We tried to rehome a rescue dog. And yes, there's some other wacky stuff in there as well. I feel like I could take on the world. Well, that's that. Friday Night Feast with me, Patrick Christie's, every Friday, 7 till 9 p.m. on GB News. Be there.
It is 6:32, very nearly 6:33, that you're watching and listening to Breakfast with Stephen and Ellie, and our air conditioning, which has suddenly gone on to full Monty mode.
Yeah.
Which is...
I was wondering what that was.
It'll stop in a minute.
Oh, there you go. It's just it's like it's listening to you, Stephen.
I mean, honestly, I don't understand it. It's a TV studio. Why does the aircon like suddenly pick on level
blasting.
12 out of nowhere? And it's cold in here already this morning. You had goosebumps yesterday, didn't you?
I was in a bad way yesterday, wasn't I?
Yeah.
Goosebumps. Everyone. This is why I've got the sleeves on today.
Yeah.
Wrapped up warm, look.
Yeah, you should have put a cardi on.
No, sorry, I should need to watch my mic. I'm being told off now.
Let's
Get me in
have a look
trouble.
Yeah, not surprising. Let's have a look at the papers for you today. We'll start with the Times. It says that hospital patients should expect longer waiting times in the coming months, and they add that only 6 in 10 will be seen within 4 hours.
The Guardian says that the visit of Nancy Pelosi to Taiwan has led China to cut ties with the US on a number of critical issues, including climate change talks.
The Mail leads on the Transport Secretary, Grant Shapps, vowing to crack down on reckless cyclists. He wants to scrap an archaic law that says riders who kill pedestrians can only face a maximum 2-year sentence.
OK, time to go through the papers now. Joining us this morning is forecaster and author James Woodhousen and the author and journalist Susan Holder. Good morning to you both. Thank you for joining us so early on your Saturday. James, let's start with you. Royal Mail shake-up plans in the Telegraph.
Well, I've got to say that what I've read of them, these plans, which are promoted in terms of how to fix next-day delivery, which is apparently what everybody shopping online wants.
Yeah.
And for that, they want to move the delivery time for mail to 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, or if you're in Kinross near Perth in Scotland, 7:30 in the evening it will arrive. And I've got to say, I'm very suspicious about this.
Well, how's that going to work? Because they can't send everything out all at once, can they, in an evening?
Well, perhaps the most weird bit of it all is that they're justifying this not only in terms of next-day delivery, but that for ecological reasons, Stephen and Ellie. Apparently, the Post will spend more time on the railways than somewhere else, presumably trucks or lorries and so on. But it won't be the first time that a green trope or recipe is used at the workers' expense, and I believe at the people receiving the post's expense. We don't all work at home. We want the post delivered fast. We like to get it before we go out to work, I think, because there's bills to pay more than ever. How's that benefiting?
It's not beneficial to them, I wouldn't have thought, at a time when you're getting a lot of online orders delivered by different companies very efficiently, and a lot of us are using email and things. I mean,
but they all do come at different times. Those deliveries now, you're not surprised when the door goes with the delivery at any time of the day on Saturdays and Sundays. So I think we're all used to that now. And I think to think that everyone wants the post before they go out to work. Actually, people go out to work at different times. And the worst thing about having things delivered is that you're never in when the delivery comes.
Yeah.
And actually, if more people are home from work, maybe, then a later delivery could suit them more, or it's easier to kind of leave work early to get home for a particular post you're waiting for. Whereas waiting in for post is a nightmare.
Yes.
You can't do that. So I actually don't think... I think we're so used to that kind of... It's a storybook fantasy that the post comes through and lands on the mat as you're having your toast and going off to work.
No, I don't believe it is. I don't believe it is, Susan. I think, I've studied the working from home phenomenon, and nobody can deny it's happening. But even for those who do work at home, they're going to be going into the office, if they work in an office, 2 or 3 days a week. And all of the delivery people, and I think you're quite right, I never know whether my postman is delivering Amazon Post, bills, handbills, the local government literature. Very difficult to know what's going on. But the vast majority of workers in this country do go out to work these days. And I mean, one can debate it, but a point made by the Communication Workers Union, and I'm not very much in favour of union leaderships for many years now, because they're so conservative, in my view. But they make the point that a lot of posties, and I get on very well with my postie, is going to be delivering at 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock at night. They mention the heat, the CWU, and the rain and so on. And I can't believe that it's ideal. I think what we're used to isn't so bad, that you get a first delivery early and then you get a lunchtime delivery if you're very lucky.
No, I was going to say, my
now.
second delivery's gone out the window.
Yeah, no, well, it's a great pity.
It says here they cut for second deliveries down in 2003. Apparently, none of us are a misapprehension that we should be getting second post. Apparently, that never happened. That hasn't happened for years.
What about the new stamps? Heard about the new stamps? I only found out about this the other day because I sort of buy books of stamps normally at Christmas, and then they sort of last me the whole year. But then they're going to be out of date by January or whatever, and you've got to have these they're making new stamps with a barcode on them, and the old stamps won't be usable.
Well, I've got a stash myself because I can't be bothered to go to the post office.
They should have a system you can get the money back. But you have to remember to do that.
But it's very funny. Their communications are pretty poor.
I
think they're in the communications business, and working out the difference between Royal Mail and the post office can be a tricky one. By the time you're dealing with DHL and everybody else like that, it is a remarkably, as you were hinting, Susan, a remarkably confusing business to be on the end of.
Well, let's move from that to the Mail, Susan. And Grant Shapps wants to crack down on reckless cyclists who kill people.
Well, yes, the first 2 words of the article in the Mail is killer cyclists, which seems But if you kill somebody, then obviously you have to kind of be held accountable for that. However you do it, I'm quite shocked to think that you could get away with killing somebody, and because of the way you do it, I presume, I would have thought that if the end result is death, then actually the sentence should obviously be kind of in line with that. So yes, he is saying that he wants cyclists to be treated the same as reckless motorists. There's cases being kind of discussed here of people with no brakes on their bikes, people who jump red lights. And things like that, and go through, and pedestrians are obviously very much at risk. So, yes, he probably won't be the Transport Secretary. He's actually saying as well, by the time that anything needs to be done, but he's kind of making this kind of stand and hoping that somebody else will take it on, saying that a selfish minority of cyclists appear somehow immune to red lights.
It's important.
Isn't that the case?
It is important, I think, to say that they're in the minority because we can't all lump all cyclists together. But you do see some cyclists who just think the rules of the road do not apply to them. Straight through red lights.
What I don't understand is they're the ones most at risk, actually, of that behaviour.
So
if they're jumping a red light, if they crash into a pedestrian, and actually the impact on them is as bad as the pedestrian as well. So it is very risky for them themselves.
It's wrong to generalise, but and I cycle myself. I won't be allowed in a car, but I think when you look at a sanctimonious minority that believes it's saving the planet and substituting for those dreadful polluting motorists, one's bile can rise. I think the other thing to keep a close check on is cycling on the pavement. I'm always being cornered by that. Electric bikes on the pavement.
I will say, get off the pavement.
No, it's quite right.
I wouldn't push them off or anything like that. It's tempting to think, but you wouldn't do that. But you would say, get off. It's got, that moment's gone. But I think, somebody should say something. They shouldn't be cycling around and you having to dodge. It's very dangerous.
It's not on. James, an Amazon strike. We don't need an Amazon strike, do we?
Well, I think if you look at the conditions of Amazon workers worldwide, it's not a vulgar Corbynite caricature to say that they are put under the cosh, all hours of the day. And there's quite a lot of dissent among Amazon workers in North America, I believe in France. Now it's come to England. And we shouldn't imagine either that, Amazon is so different from everybody else. It's a sort of bête noire for our Democratic Party friends. And unionisation there is backed by them. But it's a rather bureaucratic unionisation. I think in America, here I think that there is a big case to answer for the company. And if you look at the ergonomics of what you and I do at a desk, doesn't compare with what they're doing in terms of running and shifting, and it's a very physical job, that warehouse work. We shouldn't underestimate it. No, it's not mining, going down a pit, but, it's no pushover.
Oh, no, and they need a decent wage.
They're being offered an extra 35p an hour, which, I know the TUC always said derisory, but in this case, it is derisory.
35p is derisory. That doesn't sound like anything at all. However, it does say in the article that their minimum pay is increasing from £10.50 an hour to £11.45 an hour. And that is actually in line with quite a lot of jobs where people, especially young people, going out to work. I know a lot of young people who should be on far more money but aren't. There is a lot of low-paid jobs out there, and that actually isn't the low pay that as low pay as I've heard of. So
it's physically grinding.
Yes,
and they're also notoriously anti-union. What if you look at, I don't believe executive pay is what the problem facing the economy in Britain or America. But there has come a moment, we're probably going to touch on utilities later, energy or water, where the egregious nature of the CEOs, swimming pools, Jeff Bezos's space travel and everything else like that, for £10 an hour, I'm going to be a bit angry about that, doing the kind of work they do.
Well, don't even get me started on space rockets. I can't even.
I'm all for them.
Me too.
All for them.
I just don't think we need multimillionaires buying their, trips into space when everything else in the world. No, I can't.
But they're
boys' toys on a mega scale.
I could disagree with you on that one, Susan. But that's a discussion for another time.
I'm joining you, Stephen.
Yeah. Let's have a quick look, because this. Again, I saw this last night, and this scares the pants off me, Susan. The crab in The crab invasion.
Oh, we're going
in
to
the
that.
Star.
Right, yes. So just when you thought it was safe to go back in the water,
Oh.
we just had a shark attack, haven't we? Now, thousands of venomous creatures have been found on a holiday hotspot, St Ives in Cornwall. They're spider crabs, orange, with long spindly legs and a body up to 20 centimetres long. Look, she's
oh, my goodness.
They're not deadly to humans, actually, despite the kind of the kind of invasion of the poison crabs headline. But they can nip and leave a nasty mark on the flesh. But they are obviously arguing warmer waters, climate change, these things kind of happen. And the danger as well to what they might kind of run out of the. It's like the red squirrels taking over, or grey squirrels and red squirrels battle. The brown crabs that they do so well down there might not survive if these are going to stick around.
Yeah, I mean, it's just horrific.
It is terrifying.
It is quite.
I favour eating them myself.
Yeah.
I love them. I love crab.
They don't say that. I mean, maybe with a bit of garlic butter on, they'll be fine.
And must we blame everything? You know, there was a great meme earlier this week where that wind farm tower caught fire in the sea, and somebody said, well, is that because of climate change, Brexit, or monkeypox, you know, and the desire to read climate change into a crab invasion.
Well, I think warmer water definitely would probably is the example of that.
Yeah, but that's weather, not climate.
Just stay out of the water, ladies and gentlemen.
We're not meant to go to a swimming pool. It's for the wildlife. Leave them alone. Yeah.
Susan, James, we've got to leave it there. Good to see you. We'll catch up with you in the next hour. OK, one of the big stories we've got coming up throughout the course of the day, of course, is that exclusive interview with Rishi Sunak, which you can see in full at 10 o'clock.
The man who wants to be the Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak, sits down with me, Esther McVey and Philip Davis this Saturday. Don't miss it. Does the former Chancellor have what it takes to beat his rival, Liz Truss? Can he regain the momentum he's lost over the last couple of weeks? All questions and all answers put to the Tory leadership hopeful, Rishi Sunak, today at 10 a.m. on GB News. Don't miss it. It's the People's Channel.
Now, living with high blood pressure can lead to heart disease and increase the risk of having a heart attack. Experts say the current method of assessment misses millions with potentially killer conditions.
Well, reading blood pressure from just one arm could cause an underdiagnosis and wrong treatment, whereas doing it from both arms spots an extra 12% of hypertension cases.
Well, let's talk to Dr. Amos Ogunkoya, who's here. Good to see you this morning. Look, we've all had our blood pressure taken. I mean, probably hundreds of times.
Yeah.
I've never had it done from both arms, ever.
Is that from in the hospital?
Yeah.
Or basically, blood pressure is really important, as you mentioned before. It's kind of our little window into what's going on inside. So with your blood pressure, you can tell how your heart's performing, how your blood vessels are performing. And it has been always recommended that we take it from both arms because there can be a difference, and sometimes that difference is significant, and that can point to some blood vessels in that arm. Why that isn't getting done is because one-off blood pressure readings aren't that useful in terms of. Because sometimes when people come to their doctor, their blood pressure's elevated because they've come to their doctor.
It's that whole thing, your blood pressure goes up because you're having your blood pressure tested.
Yeah. And so what we always recommend is that we see what the trend is going over a week. And I often send patients, so my patients, I'll give them a piece of paper, and if they've got a blood pressure monitor at home, I tell them to take it 3 times a day. And now I'll be saying take it from both arms. To see what's going on, and we look at the trend over a long period of time.
But aren't there even the sort of automatic monitors that some people have, and you say leave it on for a week?
Yeah.
Sort of thing. But even that's only on one arm.
Yes. So again, this is going to. Usually, the difference between arms is minimal, and I feel like with these cases, it's with patients who are borderline. Okay. And when they say treatment, they're talking about medicines that help bring the blood pressure down. And for some people, you can do that with lifestyle. So, yes, it looks like we might be missing 12% if we do it from one arm, but it's difficult to say because the study that they're quoting, they didn't do it over a long period of time. It was one-off readings.
Right.
So, it's really the trend.
What kind of issues can high blood pressure lead to? How important is it that we stay across our blood pressure?
It's really important. I think it's one of those things that it's an indication of how healthy you are. So high blood pressure can lead to things like stroke. It can increase your risk of heart disease. It basically just shows your blood vessels or your heart is in danger. So it can also increase the risk of a certain type of dementia. So really get it controlled is one of the most important things that I as a GP try and do. So we'll always do like annual reviews and look at people's blood pressure.
But if you are taking it at home, what do you need to do? I'm now saying, try both arms, but you don't just need to do what, you need to do 3, don't you, back to back?
So I always recommend do 3 and take the lowest reading, because like you mentioned before, the blood pressure, if I'm stressed, I mean, if you take my blood pressure when I got in this morning, it was probably high.
This is the thing, it's so hard, isn't it? I mean, how do you keep it low? I mean, we've got quite stressful jobs. I feel like if you take my blood pressure at any time of the day, it's probably sky high. How can you bring it down?
So the analogy to look at is blood pressure is kind of like a garden hose. So think about the things that would make a garden hose shoot out more. So if you squeeze the garden hose, so that can be when you're stressed, the muscles tighten. And you can also have cholesterol, which makes the lumen, the hole, a little bit tighter, and that shoots the water out a little bit faster. Things that help reduce blood pressure is exercise. So when you work out, you basically stretch the muscle. So the lining of the hose becomes a lot more pliable, and so the pressure can decrease. That's a really good way of doing it. So exercise, especially at cardiovascular exercise, like walks and runs, can help increase your blood vessel health.
Yeah, but if
you're running, Stephen.
Yeah,
that's it. We'll go for a run after this.
But if you, but if you are on medication, and a lot of people are on the ACE inhibitors now, aren't they, which are meant to be sort of pretty safe and cheap and all the rest of it. But do you know, I know so many people who say, I'm not going to take it. Oh, I've got these pills from the doctor, but I'm not going to take them.
It's because, unlike some other problems, is blood pressure often doesn't have any symptoms. So it's really difficult. You don't get that. If you've got a headache and you take a paracetamol, the headache goes in half an hour. So you've got that instant benefit. So that's instant feedback. With blood pressure, it's really over 10 years that you see the benefits. And most people you can't really count the heart attacks it prevents, or the people who would have had a stroke that it prevents.
And things like kidney damage.
Yeah, and kidney damage, because your kidneys is just it's like a bag of blood vessels. So when we talk about blood pressure, think about it as damage to blood vessels, really. And we don't see that when we take the tablets regularly. We already see it when you don't. So it's very difficult. My job as a GP is to give them the evidence and say, well, this is going to benefit you as you get older.
How often should people be doing this? Should we all be doing it at home? Should we be doing it every time we go to a doctor? Does it depend on age?
The answer to that is I wouldn't get too obsessed with it. People that get fixated on the blood pressure tend to have high blood pressure because they get stressed when they do it. I would say if you are worried you have high blood pressure, I would check it regularly and take the readings to your GP and they'll have a look. Okay? And if it's high, then we can have the conversation about what we can do, and that would depend on the patient. So often losing weight helps, often doing more exercise helps, and the aim is to reduce the amount of medication that we prescribe for people.
Yeah, talking of medication, because you mentioned if you've got a headache, you take a paracetamol. Is it true? I've anecdotally heard it that things like ibuprofen can actually increase blood pressure in some people.
Yes. Again, the science behind it is, you mentioned the kidneys. Sometimes you can get damage to the kidneys. There's lots of different mechanisms in which your blood pressure can increase. I can't go into all of them now, but medications can work on so they can work on the blood vessels directly, and they can work in aspects of, like, for example, stress that help reduce your blood pressure as well. So these can all help, and they can also increase your blood pressure as well, depending on what damage they're doing.
Yeah. The weird thing is with all this, talk about high blood pressure, low blood pressure can be a problem as well, and for which there's no treatment, is there?
There really isn't, but one of the things about low blood pressure is in some of the elderly patients, it's as a result of being on medication. So one of the reasons why we check people on blood pressure medication as they get older is because what we don't want to do is cause low blood pressure and they start falling over. That's a risk. So it's, especially if they feel lightheaded after they stand up, that's one of the things that would trigger me looking at the medication and maybe adjusting them.
Yeah, and in terms of what you need to look at, because there's two readings, there's systolic and diastolic, that you get the two readings. What should we be looking for?
Look at both, but I think the top number is probably the most important. And if it's above 140 consistently, then you really want to be talking to your GP.
Right.
The lower number is also important, and if it's above 90, again, speak to your GP. But usually they're both raised at the same rate, and if you've got high in one, you should have high in the other.
Right.
But there's reasons why that might not happen.
Right. Okay.
Dr. Amos, we feel like we've been to see the doctor, don't we?
I do.
Very good.
I know, I love
very
it.
Thorough. Very good.
I love it. But so
Yeah.
the answer of all of those things, if you've got any concerns, see your GP.
Yes.
Or email them, or get on a call, or whatever you have to
Do
do.
your FaceTime now, can't you? You can
Yeah.
do the
Yeah.
virtual.
But, you know,
game that has.
get in touch with the medical professional. That's always the key. Amos, good to see you, as always. Thank you very
you
much.
so much.
We're turning Amos into a regular here on Weekend.
It's very good.
It's
Well, it's all
brilliant.
like we were just
It's
firing
brilliant.
at you there.
I know. So
Great.
we keep saying, bring in the prescription pad. That's what we need. Get in touch if you. I was going to say, get in touch if you've got any health concerns. Don't, because we
Don't do
can't
that.
answer them.
We can't help
We can't
you.
answer them. But you never know. Next time we know Amos is coming in, we'll get you to
put them
send some
to you.
questions in. Don't go anywhere. We've got much more coming up on Rishi Sunak in a couple of minutes.
Morning. If you're after rainfall this weekend, it's not good news. Certainly for most of England and Wales, it's going to be a dry weekend with sunny spells. A bit chilly out there first thing this morning. It is going to turn warmer, more especially as we go into next week. High pressure is moving in, keeping things mostly dry, certainly for England and Wales. We do have this weather front, however, which is trickling across Scotland, bringing some light rain and drizzle here and there. Always likely to stay fairly damp through today across northernmost parts of Scotland, but elsewhere through central and southern Scotland and Northern Ireland, just a few showers scattered about, really. For the majority across England and Wales, it's staying dry. Quite a bit of cloud over northern parts of England, North Wales, but lengthy spells of sunshine across the south. And it's here where, after a bit of a chilly start this morning, temperatures will pick up this afternoon to 24, 25 degrees. Cooler conditions further north, but if it brightens up in eastern Scotland, we could get temperatures back up to 20 Celsius late in the day. Overnight, we'll keep outbreaks of rain going over the Northern Isles and the Western Isles, northern parts of the Highlands. Elsewhere, again, the vast majority will be dry and clear. And again, a reasonably comfortable night, certainly fresher than it was earlier on in the week, with temperatures in some spots down into single figures. Another fine day to come then on Sunday for most of England and Wales. Western parts of Scotland keeping the cloud, outbreaks of rain and drizzle on and off here. But a brighter day across Aberdeenshire, down through to the borders, some sunny spells. And I think it'll stay dry and bright across Northern Ireland too. With that wet weather in the far northwest, temperatures again suppressed somewhat here. But elsewhere, temperatures a little higher tomorrow, more widely over 20 Celsius, and in the south, 25, the southeast, maybe 27 degrees Celsius. High pressure then, the dominant feature through the weekend and beyond. This high will keep things dry for many well into next week, and as you can see, we're expecting the temperatures to rise further next week as well.
We are GB News.
We're right across this great nation.
On TV.
On radio.
On digital. Absolutely everywhere.
We don't talk down to you.
We embrace all voices with honest and civilised conversation.
We are not part of the establishment. We're one of you.
And we're only getting started.
Join us on GB News,
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel. Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
My name's Tom Harwood, and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today.
I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory, twice baked.
Is there not an opportunity here to win out against the extremes?
Tom Harwood, GB News.
What are you going to do about it?
things should have been done differently, and they certainly are being done differently.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, 9:30 Monday to Friday on GB News.
Where would you like to go?
Just take me to the studio, please, mate. You know where you're going. I've got a show to do. Friday Night Feast on GB News, 7 p.m. And it's like nothing you've ever seen before. We take a different angle on the week's biggest news stories. The viewers and listeners set me some absolutely mad challenges to do. We tried to rehome a rescue dog. And yes, there's some other wacky stuff in there as well. I feel like I could take on the world. Well, that's that. Friday Night Feast with me, Patrick Christie's, every Friday, 7 till 9 p.m. on GB News. Be there.
Activists interrupt the latest leadership hustings to protest the government's climate policy.
Good morning to you. It is 7 o'clock on Saturday, August the 6th. This is Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Ellie.
We are live across the whole of the UK on both your TV and your radio. We're online as well, and we're on YouTube. Wherever you are, you can take us with you. Here's what you're waking up to this morning.
Liz Truss was interrupted by Green activists in the latest Tory leadership hustings. Once the protesters were removed, she said she would introduce new legislation to stop what she called militant activists slowing down the country.
Elsewhere, Rishi Sunak has said that his party can kiss goodbye to winning the next election unless they get inflation under control. The former Chancellor has also come under fire for a leaked clip in which he said he diverted public money from deprived urban areas.
And in a GB News exclusive, Rishi Sunak has told Esther and Philip that the government has failed to focus on grooming gangs in rural towns across the country. He's promised tougher action on these criminals if he gets elected as Prime Minister.
Too long, we just haven't focused on this issue, Philip, and it's a horrific crime that is affecting actually not just girls in a few places, it's far more pervasive across the country than actually we all realise.
Well, as ever, you can join in any of our discussions by emailing gbnews@gbnews.uk, or you can tweet us @gbnews.
And if you're watching us online or on YouTube, then don't forget to subscribe. That way, you'll stay up to date on all of the highlights from across today's show. Now, loads of you getting in touch on a whole load of different issues. Clive's talking cyclists. Now, Clive, I'd love to know where you live, Clive, because he says, where have all the cycle bells gone? Cycle bells gone. So many times I'm walking on the footpath when, unknown to me, a cycle comes from behind at speed, zooming past, no warning. When I was young, a quick flick of the bell warned people I was there. Cyclists just don't have them. Never mind use them. So the reason I want to know where you are, Clive, is where I live. Everyone's got those little cycle bells, and it drives me mad. Because when you walk it, it's just like from miles behind. Ding, 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 ding. It's like, for heaven's sakes, just do it once.
Nicer than shouting, though, Stephen.
Yeah,
Bells
so I will appreciate the cycle bells a bit more, Clive, and think of you next time that happens to me. So they do have them. They tend to be built onto the bike. So when you buy a bike, they've got them built on already. So they have got them. You just need to use them.
Exactly. We've got some lovely hello messages. Mark says, hi both, love the show and watch every morning from sunny Corfu, where I sell boats.
Oh.
Mark, you're having a great life.
Can we come for a test drive, Mark?
Yeah, can we come over and visit?
Talking of being elsewhere, Mick says, good morning, GB News. I watch you every morning from the Greek island of Kefalonia, along with 2 cups of coffee. That sounds pretty heavenly as well.
They're always in the best places, aren't they, the people that get in touch, aren't they?
Jim says... Morning, Jim. My sleep pattern has been awful for decades, but it's going to be even worse now that I'm wondering what Stephen is a doctor of ×2.
Yeah, ×2.
I'm inquiring minds needs to know. He said, I'm a doctor of arts and a doctor of letters.
Are you?
Yeah.
You're full of surprises.
Doctor of letters is one up from a PhD, I'm just saying.
Didn't
have to do any work for them. They were just given to me. But there you go.
Really? You're gifted.
I'm gifted. He says, I love the show and I love being part of the GB News family. Thank you. It is our little family, isn't it? And that's exactly what we're aiming for. So morning to you all, morning to you, Jim. Hope you get a bit more sleep now. You know what my doctorates are in.
Yeah. I'll just bring you one that we've got on Twitter. This is from Andrew. He sent us this amazing photo. I hope we can share it with you now. He says, watching GB News breakfast, I get 7 hours sleep. My Bichon likes to get me up at 6 o'clock in the morning. Here is a picture of us. Oh, my goodness.
Gorgeous.
We need to know the name of your dog, please, because that is the cutest little dog I've ever
little
seen.
white fluffy thing.
My doggie looks like that.
Really?
Yeah. She's a bit more feral than that, though.
Is it a Bichon, though?
She's a Westie, but a lot fluffier than a standard Westie. She looks more like a Bichon, to be honest with you. But she's
nice.
she wouldn't be cuddling me like that early in the morning. She's not very, she's not very cuddly. It's our Lulu.
Oh.
She's a bit bonkers. But yeah, we love pet pictures here.
They do take after their owners, don't they? I'm just saying. GB
Might be
Views,
onto something there.
GBviews at gbnews.uk. We'd love to hear from you
keep them
today. Give us, as always, give us something to smile about.
Yes.
As best you can, because we need it at the moment, because everything is looking a bit grim. Now, the former Chancellor Rishi Sunak has defended comments he made in a leaked video where he said he diverted public money from deprived urban areas.
Yeah, speaking at the latest hustings event in Eastbourne, Mr Sunak insisted his plan is to alter the formula to help both urban towns and rural areas. Meanwhile, Liz Truss's speech was disrupted by activists who criticised her climate policy.
Well, let's talk to Assistant Editor at Conservative Home, William Atkinson, who's here in the studio. Morning to you.
Morning.
Good to see you. Look, the optics on these Rishi Sunak comments are not very good. Have we got the clip? Well, I've got it. Let's just have a quick look.
To start changing the funding formulas to make sure that areas like this are getting the funding that they deserve. Because we inherited a bunch of formulas from the Labour Party that shoved all the funding into deprived urban areas. Then that needed to be undone. I started the work of undoing that.
I understand the point he's making, but it nevertheless doesn't look good.
Yes, I think he completely misspoke on that, especially if you're talking about taking away money from, first of all, deprived urban areas, and then secondly, doing so and highlighting the importance of ploughing more money into Tunbridge Wells, average house price £470,000. It doesn't necessarily suggest that levelling up means what the government hoped it would mean when it was elected in 2019. But nonetheless, I think Rishi Sunak is at least right to highlight that, as Chancellor, he did change the funding formula that he inherited from the Treasury. I think actually going back to sort of the days of Gordon Brown, which was sort of designed basically to channel government money towards areas where it could get the most sort of instant gains, which tended to be in sort of deprived urban areas, just because if you're ploughing money into areas that have been neglected for a very long time, you're going to get the most sort of rapid results, even if it doesn't actually change much about the sort of social ecology there. But yes, I think also the fact that, as ever, it's always going to be an optics problem for Rishi Sunak to be talking about people who aren't as well off as he is, because he's an incredibly wealthy man himself.
But plus, I mean, his supporters keep coming out and saying, well, the polls say he's more, to the general public, he's more electable for come the next general election than Liz Truss. Well, not after that, surely.
Well, I'd say what we can tell from the polling is that the general message the public like to give is that they're not overtly bothered about Rishi Sunak's wealth. Things like this, as I say, are very embarrassing. They're not very good for optics, but I don't think they fundamentally change people's voting intentions. What people are far more interested in is their own taxes, their own incomes, and especially at the moment as that's squeezed by inflation, actually by Rishi Sunak's, say, national insurance rise, but also by the ongoing energy crisis, etc. That's the thing that people really want Rishi Sunak to be talking about, and gaffes like these just detract from his overall economic message.
34 points ahead. One recent poll is putting Liz Truss ahead. I mean, this is the last thing that Rishi Sunak needed. 5 million views on that video. I mean, how much do you think this is going to impact his race? He was really hoping to pull back some of that momentum, wasn't he, in the next few days?
Yes, definitely. I think it stalled what had been quite a good couple of days for him, because he had that quite good sort of performance at the Sky News sort of hustings, where he seemed to, according to the sort of post-audience poll, he was well ahead. And also, of course, Liz Truss stumbled over her comments to do with the funding formula that her team proposed, and then very rapidly U-turned on. And I think this, as you say, this just took away from all of that momentum that he'd been gathering. And also, one thing that the Sunak campaign were putting a sort of slight piece of trust in was the idea that CCHQ were going to allow people to vote twice. So they were hoping that that might give people the opportunity to change their minds later on in the campaign if, Liz Truss derailed in any way. But now, after sort of comments from GCHQ, that option has been dropped. So it very much looks like, Tory party members have now got their ballots. It's thought about half of them are going to vote straight away. And Rishi Sunak is really going to struggle to try and make up the votes that he needs in the next month or so.
Should he throw in the towel?
No, I don't think he should throw in the towel because, as I say, there is the potential for whatever reason that the sun might sort of come off Liz Truss the next month or so. But more importantly, the actual debate that he's having with Liz Truss, there's a lot of talk saying, this isn't very good for the Tory party or its image, because now you're just going to provide Labour with endless clips of two people arguing with each other. But actually, it's an important debate for the Tory party to have, especially over economics, because as we saw earlier in this week when the Bank of England raised interest rates, there's now actually a proper debate, an economic debate, I think, in a way that we haven't seen the Tory party in several years, over how we tackle inflation, over how we cut taxes, etc. And I think it's important for the party to actually engage in that and actually think about what we want to do after 12 years in government. You could actually have an idea of what a Conservative government actually wants to try and deliver.
And they do have very differing ideas on how to handle the economy right now. Could we see Sunak in a Truss cabinet?
I think we could. But I would be surprised if he was given an economics-facing role. So there's a lot of talk about, say, Simon Clarke going to business and Kwasi Kwarteng, both Truss supporters, becoming Chancellor. There's been some talk about Sunak, say, going to become Health Secretary. His good friend Steve Buckley is there at the moment. And sort of given the priority that he's placed in his campaign to dealing with the NHS waiting list problems, that could seem actually quite a sort of good fit for him. Then again, it's traditionally been the graveyard of political careers going to be Health Secretary. So whether he wants to actually take that job or not, instead of swanning off to Santa Monica, is entirely up to him.
William Atkinson from Conservative Home, good to see you. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Let us know what you think, gbviews at gbnews.uk.
OK, let's bring you up to date. Archie Battersby's parents are said to be devastated after exhausting all legal avenues to extend his care. Life support for the 12-year-old, who's been in a coma since April, is due to be withdrawn at 10 o'clock this morning. It's after the European Court of Human Rights said it would not intervene following a High Court ruling that he can't be moved to a hospice.
An investigation has been opened after a man was shot by police during an incident in Greenwich. The Metropolitan Police responded to multiple 999 calls of a man with a firearm yesterday. Scotland Yard said a firearm was discharged and the man sustained a gunshot injury.
American actress Anne Heche has reportedly been taken to hospital in critical condition following a collision that left her vehicle engulfed in flames. The incident took place in Los Angeles, near to her home. The 53-year-old is known for films including Donnie Brasco, Cedar Rapids and Psycho.
Now, as those two Tory leadership hopefuls continue their race for number 10, Rishi Sunak has exclusively told GB News how political correctness is affecting grooming gangs and how they're tackled in Britain. He's also said he will address the problem if he becomes Prime Minister.
Well, the full interview will be played out from 10 o'clock with Esther and Phil here on GB News, so don't miss it.
Well, for more, let's talk to Marilyn Hawes, who's CEO and founder of Freedom from Abuse. Good morning to you, Marilyn. Good to talk to you this morning. I mean, there is a sense here, isn't there, an understandable one, that perhaps this hasn't been given the attention that it needs. It seems to have, perhaps for some PC reasons, been not swept under the carpet, but not put in the spotlight.
I just think he's doing this as a knee-jerk vote catcher. He must have been reading my tweets because I've been all over it with him and Liz Truss. What are you going to do about the stabbings? What are you going to do about society? What are you going to do about exploitation? The thing is, they missed a trick going back 20 years. This has been going on 20 years. Not one government has ever shown any interest in real terms of sorting out what is a thorough mess in this country regarding our youngsters. The stabbings, I mean, I go on every morning, afternoon and evening as part of my job to see what's going on, who's done what, and commenting on it. Every day, if not twice a day, there's some young teenager being stabbed. And nearly always it will be to do with the gangs. And does he have a clue? What is his strategy? Or might say, no, I'm going to sort it out. Like what? Where's he going to start? Does he understand how it works? You know, there are 4 different types of gangs, hashtag 1, 2, 3, and 4, and it goes up according to the grading of the drugs that are being sold. You know, what are you going to do about the little kids, 11 years old, on their BMX bikes that are zipping around with little nylon bags on their back that are actually trading drugs? This is an embedded business model crisscrossing across the whole of the country in every town and village, seaside resort. And where's he going to start? It's a massive problem. And the more poverty we get, the more parents will turn a blind eye because there's a lot of money in this. I mean, there's an awful lot of risk as well of being stabbed. So, like, if a youngster is, say, running hashtag 1, which is like very low grade cannabis with lots of, like, the weight is made up with sand and flour, and it's got cacathylene in it sometimes, which if you have that with alcohol, it can kill you. And then that lad or girl, because, you know, the gangs consist of 30% of girls, they're not under they're under the radar, and they're used as objects for also sort of travelling around and being drug mules and other activities as well. But if they cross over to another gang because they can earn more money, or if they go into somebody else's territory, or if they've done anything disloyal, the gang master, who's creaming it in at about 20 grand a day, orders somebody younger down the gang to stab that person. That's why you're seeing this child on child, young teenager on young teenager. Because if they don't do that, they're going to get stabbed themselves.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair though, I mean, it's a huge issue. I mean, you're quite right. It's an absolutely enormous issue, and I don't know how you begin to tackle it. But he seems to be focusing more on the grooming side of this, doesn't he?
Well, yeah, the grooming is horrific. Whatever you look at, any form of abuse. Yeah, what's he going to do though? Because we've had this before. People don't want to deal with it in case it brings up the race card, you see, and you can't get away from that. That you've got to look at culture and race shouldn't make a difference. If children are being exploited and groomed, it doesn't matter if you're white with pink spots on. It doesn't matter. It has to stop. What is he going to do about it? You've got a whole sort of scenario of grooming. It could be someone who's sat next to you in school, because it's not just middle-aged men. It could be a teenager outside a chicken place. You know, it could be, as I say, Anne Longfield, the former children's commissioner, she said last year before she moved away from the job that she thought there was someone in every single school. And that's, I agree with her. I totally agree with her. And if you're vulnerable and someone is sort of trying to tease you into doing something with them, very quickly, you've got the hook. The hook is the person that introduces you and then tries to very quickly form a friendship. And then you've got the coordinator, and the coordinators are the cars, the taxis that take the youngsters to so-called safe houses. And when they get there, there's a whole load of people that are up to no good. And then in turn, you become the next hook. And, you know, it just goes on. What goes around comes around. That's the trouble. I don't know where he's going to start. What's he going to start? How is he going to start? Some of this is culture. What's he going to do?
He says it's the PC issue that he's going to address, the race issue, as you mentioned there. Marilyn, it's good to talk to you, as always. Thank you very much indeed. Well, at 10 o'clock this morning, we will hear that interview in full from Rishi Sunak. So perhaps that's going to answer some of the questions that Marilyn quite rightly raises there. It's one thing to say we need to do something about it, but what do we actually do about it?
Exactly.
So we'll find out then, hopefully.
Yeah. And in that clip earlier, Rishi Sunak did say that he's looking at a new task force in order to deal with grooming gangs and the political correctness that has perhaps stopped it being tackled quicker before. He was saying that police officers should log a person's ethnicity, which hasn't been done before. So I hope that goes some way to answer the question. But of course, the full interview will be shown on GB News from 10 o'clock this morning.
Yeah, in terms of you getting in touch this morning, thank you for all of the emails so far. Michael says, Ed Crawford did a report on nuclear power stations. Michael says, it's interesting regarding the proposed power station in Suffolk, but what precautions are taken when planning to counter the threat of coastal erosion, flooding and tsunamis? We saw the demise of the Japanese power station, that was Fukuyama, wasn't it? After the earthquake there. There has to be a reason for them being built so close to the sea. Yeah, it must be something to do with, they use vast amounts of water. So it must be something to do with that. And they also then pump out a lot of water back into the sea once it's meant to be safe. That's a controversial issue. So it must be something to do with that. But yeah, I mean, you're quite right. I don't think there's any danger of tsunamis around here particularly that I'm aware of. However, you're quite right, flooding and coastal erosion. I mean, I don't know how they take that into account, but they must do. I mean, they must. I mean, these are obviously potentially very dangerous places, so they have to. You've got to assume, Michael, I think, that they look into that.
Yes, and energy is a huge topic, isn't it, at the moment? I think if the last 6 months, especially the war in Ukraine, if that's showed us anything, it is that we need to be more self-sufficient. So how best do we do that? Do let us know what you think. gbviews@gbnews.uk.
But don't go anywhere. Aidan McGee's here with all the sport in a couple of minutes.
Morning. If you have to rainfall this weekend, it's not good news. Certainly for most of England and Wales, it's going to be a dry weekend with sunny spells. A bit chilly out there first thing this morning. It is going to turn warmer, more especially as we go into next week. High pressure is moving in, keeping things mostly dry, certainly for England and Wales. We do have this weather front, however, which is trickling across Scotland, bringing some light rain and drizzle here and there. Always likely to stay fairly damp through today across northernmost parts of Scotland, but elsewhere through central and southern Scotland and Northern Ireland, just a few showers scattered about, really. For the majority across England and Wales, it's staying dry. Quite a bit of cloud over northern parts of England, North Wales, but lengthy spells of sunshine across the south. And it's here where, after a bit of a chilly start this morning, temperatures will pick up this afternoon to 24, 25 degrees. Cooler conditions further north, but if it brightens up in eastern Scotland, we could get temperatures back up to 20 Celsius late in the day. Overnight, we'll keep outbreaks of rain going over the Northern Isles and the Western Isles, northern parts of the Highlands. Elsewhere, again, the vast majority will be dry and clear. And again, reasonably comfortable night, certainly fresher than it was earlier on in the week, with temperatures in some spots down into single figures. Another fine day to come then on Sunday for most of England and Wales. Western parts of Scotland keeping the cloud, outbreaks of rain and drizzle on and off here. But a brighter day across Aberdeenshire, down through to the borders, some sunny spells. And I think it'll stay dry and bright across Northern Ireland too. With that wet weather in the far northwest, temperatures again suppressed somewhat here. But elsewhere, temperatures a little higher tomorrow, more widely over 20 Celsius, and in the south, 25, the southeast, maybe 27 degrees Celsius. High pressure then, the dominant feature through the weekend and beyond. This high will keep things dry for many well into next week, and as you can see, we're expecting the temperatures to rise further next week as well.
We are GB News.
We're right across this great nation.
On TV.
On radio.
On digital. Absolutely everywhere.
We don't talk down to you.
We embrace all voices with honest and civilised conversation.
We are not part of the establishment.
We're one of you.
And we're only getting started.
Join us on GB News,
the People's Channel.
Britain's news channel. Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
My name's Tom Harwood, and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today.
I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory, twice baked.
Is there not an opportunity here to win out against the extremes?
Tom Harwood, GB News.
What are you going to do about it?
Things should have been done differently, and they certainly are being done differently.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, 9:30 Monday to Friday on GB News.
Where would you like to go?
Just take me to the studio, please, mate. You know where you're going. I've got a show to do. Friday Night Feast on GB News, 7 p.m. And it's like nothing you've ever seen before. We take a different angle on the week's biggest news stories. The viewers and listeners set me some absolutely mad challenges to do. We tried to rehome a rescue dog. And yes, there's some other wacky stuff in there as well. I feel like I could take on the world. Well, that's that. Friday Night Feast with me, Patrick Christie's, every Friday, 7 till 9 p.m. on GB News. Be there.
7:24 morning to you. This is Breakfast with Stephen and now Ellie.
You were about to call me Anne.
No, I wasn't. I was just thinking. No, I wasn't.
Yes,
I was just thinking. Are you Eleanor?
No,
What?
Elizabeth.
Elizabeth.
Yeah.
I've never heard Elizabeth shortened to Ellie before.
I know. I was.
Elizabeth's
God,
a lovely name.
Thank you. No, I was called Beth actually when I was really little, and it just didn't stick. I remember going to tennis camp. Aidan would be proud of me. I went to tennis camp and they were calling me Beth. But it didn't suit me very much, and my mum loves the name Ellie, so it was shortened to Ellie.
Ellie.
And I'm Ellie to everyone now, absolutely everybody.
Elizabeth.
Nobody knows me Elizabeth apart from the doctor, and now you guys.
Now everyone else.
Now
There you
the,
go.
now the whole country. So.
Yeah.
But I like Ellie, I prefer Ellie.
All right, okay, there you go.
Anyway, Stephen and Ellie, that's
McGee.
who's with you today.
Yes.
And Aidan.
And Aidan, morning.
How you doing?
Yeah, I'm all right. I'm all right.
I didn't realise until quite late in life that my Aunt Betty was an Elizabeth. I didn't realise Bessie was short for Elizabeth.
You can do so much with Elizabeth.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can.
Betty.
Yeah,
Beth.
Lilibet.
Lilibet.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah, it's nice.
Liz,
Yeah.
Lizzie.
Yeah. I didn't realise Betty. Yeah, she was always Aunt Bet, but on her birth certificate it was Elizabeth. I didn't realise. Yeah, that's quite common.
We're all
quite common.
hiding in the shadows, aren't we? You wouldn't
Very
know
regal
that.
name.
Oh, yeah. Well, it is. I quite like shortening, like Tot is quite nice for Thomas.
Tot?
Tot, yeah.
I can safely say I've never heard that.
No, never heard that. No.
It's an old-fashioned abbreviation,
Is it?
Tot, but that's quite nice. Quite like that.
Yeah, well, I'm just happy to be Nadia backwards.
You are Nadia backwards.
We can't do anything
Nadia
with you guys. Stephen A. It's
Mystic
doesn't
McGee.
Work,
Not really.
Mystic McGee.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, what have you got?
Last night we had the Premier League opener. Remember I started speaking about the overall Premier League season yesterday. I got caught talking about the World Cup. I never actually mentioned there was quite a big game happening last night.
I know, you got sidetracked.
I did, yeah. I was 24 hours late, but don't worry. Crystal Palace 0, Arsenal 2. Arsenal, this time last year on a Friday night, went away in London, lost 2-0 to Brentford. They learned the lesson this year. They went to Crystal Palace this time, different part of London, but this time they won 2-0. A good defensive performance by William Saliba. He's signed for Arsenal 3 years ago, but he spent 3 years in France on loan. He came back. No, he's almost a forgotten man. Turns in a brilliant performance last night. They took the lead after 20 minutes. Gabriel Martinelli, and then as Crystal Palace stormed forward looking for an equaliser, Arsenal hit them on the break, and it was a goal by Mark Guehi. Now, Crystal Palace's pre-season's been, as we touched on previously, has been disrupted because half their side was unvaccinated, and they had to practice in London at their training ground in Beckenham, and plus they played a friendly against my mob QPR a couple of weeks ago. The other half went around the world, I think they went to Singapore and Australia. So they've not actually been. It's two sides of the squad, and not actually been together. As far as I know, last night was the first time they've been together in a few months. And the whole point of pre-season is that you're together. So I don't think it played into their hands too well last night. But Arsenal showed a very mature performance, very high hopes that finally a club of that size might be awaking from its slumbers. They're subject of an Amazon documentary at the moment, and the manager's come across as a bit of a character. Some of his drawings on his whiteboard and everything. Yes, that's quite interesting. But we've got some interesting games today as well. Fulham open up against Liverpool, Bournemouth versus Aston Villa, Leeds Wolves, Everton v Chelsea at 5:30, and then tomorrow, of course, will Cristiano Ronaldo play for Manchester United? They're playing Brighton. He's played 45 minutes of action this summer. He's hardly prepared for the season. I cannot see him starting from the beginning, and I think he's just becoming a real pain for Man United now. I think they'll move him on if they can.
It's gone sour quickly, that, hasn't it?
Well, of course it has, yeah, it has. But I mean, he wants to play Champions League football, and I think the problem with Ronaldo, it just seems at the latter end of his career, when he's thinking about legacy, he's thinking about records, it's more about him than it was the team. And I think he would do well to remember that his success came as being part of a team. It was people carrying him over the line. It's like a cyclist, you know. Sometimes in a cyclist team, the guy who crosses the line isn't necessarily the one who does all the donkey work. It's the guys who are there to lift him over. Bit like you do with me. You know, you lift me over the line when I'm doing.
Oh yeah, I think not the other way around when it comes to the sport. Let me tell you. What's happening in the Commonwealth Games?
Commonwealth Games. I was taken actually But I mean, look, let's say Lee and Noah Williams won the synchronised 10-metre platform gold for England yesterday, and Jack Law and Anthony Harding won a 3-metre springboard title.
3-metre board, I could do that.
I could do that as well. Easy. I could roll off it.
Yeah.
No, I was actually taken by the hockey. You don't see hockey very often outside of Commonwealth and Olympic Games. England drew with New Zealand 0-0. New Zealand were the defending champions, so it's a hell of a win at semi-final level. It means they're winning on penalties. Now, penalties are different. You know, in football, you step up from the spot and you kick the ball. Well, this is different. You have to dribble up to the goal, and you've got a certain amount of time to beat the goalkeeper. And Hannah, what's her name? Maddie Hinch. The goalkeeper, the England goalkeeper. This is how you don't see hockey very often. You do forget the names now and again.
No, fair enough.
She saved 4 penalties, which was absolutely outstanding. And so England went through 2-0. They play Australia in the final. Australia have won this title 4 times previously. That's tomorrow at 3 o'clock. And there's a real genuine hope now that England can go on and win a medal there, because that would be an extraordinary achievement, because they're up against some sides who win fairly regularly. So it'd be lovely to see that happen. And it's gone very well so far, the Commonwealth Games. If we beat Australia as well, it claws Australia quite slightly ahead of us in the medal table, so that would help us crawl them back in.
We need that. We need that win, don't we?
We do.
All right,
indeed.
we've got a choice. Got time for one more. Football transfer updates or the cricket?
Let's do the Cucurella is an interesting one going to Brighton, because he went for £60 million. That was confirmed yesterday. Manchester City valued him at £30 million a week ago.
Oh,
so he's a Brighton player. He's a Spanish international.
Why the double-in fee?
Because, well, this is the thing. Manchester City bid £30 million and said Manchester City have got this problem where they've had so much money, so clubs just like double their rate. They said, oh, there you go, you've got a lot of money, so therefore we're going to charge you this much. Man City was strong and said, we don't value him at more than £30 million. Now, you can't bully these clubs anymore, because they've all got money. They've all got money. They all play in the Premier League. They're part of this franchise, this super lucrative franchise, and so money's not an issue for them. Well, it is an issue, but you can't go and pinch their players on the cheap. To be fair to Brighton, they stood their ground and they said, well, you're not having him for £30 million. He's worth more than that to us. Man City were rumoured to want to go up to 40. Chelsea have come in at 60. And taken him and got the deal done. And it means he can stay in the south of England, which was his preference. And, yeah, listen, good player. He's only had 1 season in the Premier League, but he wants to get in the Spain World Cup squad. Don't forget the World Cup is coming. Instead of being next summer, it's in November. He's got 3 months to impress the Spanish national boss. But fair play to Brighton. They didn't get bullied by a big club, and they were absolutely right to say, you might value him at £30 million, but actually there's someone down the road from here, up at Chelsea, who will pay for 60.
Yeah. Good week for him, isn't it?
Good week for Brighton as well, yeah. £60 million. Who does City think they'll go and say, well, we think he's 30, so give him to us for that? And they say, well, no. It's a big difference, isn't it? Double your money.
Yeah.
In the space of about 3 days.
Yeah. Oh, good for them. Good for him.
Yeah.
He'll be in the... What is he, 24?
Yes.
Love it, heck.
I've got a good tale in the morning, actually, about a friend of mine's daughter who's competing in the diving for England tomorrow.
Ooh.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I bumped into him at Bromley's House Station the other day. I said, where are you going? He goes, I'm going. I've got to go. I've got to be quick. Usually people say that to get away from me if I start talking, But he said, no, I'm going to Birmingham. My daughter's competing in the diving tomorrow, Evie Smith. So he sent me some videos and pictures. We're going to do a little piece on her in the morning, so that'll be nice to do.
Lovely.
Hopefully she'll get a medal.
Great.
Oh, fingers crossed. That'd be nice.
So.
You deserve a medal for working with me.
Yeah, damn right. Don't think that for nothing. Aidan, thank you very much.
Thank you, Aidan.
Oh, don't go anywhere. Still to come, we'll take you through the papers.
We are GB News.
We're right across this great nation.
On TV.
On radio.
On digital. Absolutely everywhere.
We don't talk down to you.
We embrace all voices with honest and civilised conversation.
We are not part of the establishment. We're one of you.
And we're only getting started.
Join us on GB News,
the People's Channel.
Britain's news channel. Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
My name's Tom Harwood, and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today.
I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory. twice baked. Is there not an opportunity here to win out against the extremes?
Tom Harwood, GB News.
What are you going to do about it?
Things should have been done differently, and they certainly are being done differently.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, 9:30 Monday to Friday on GB News.
Where would you like to go?
Just take me to the studio, please, mate. You know where you're going. I've got a show to do. Friday Night Feast on GB News, 7 p.m. And it's like nothing you've ever seen before. We take a different angle on the week's biggest news stories. The viewers and listeners set me some absolutely mad challenges to do. We tried to rehome a rescue dog. And yes, there's some other wacky stuff in there as well. I feel like I could take on the world. Well, that's that. Friday Night Feast with me, Patrick Christie's, every Friday, 7 till 9 p.m. on GB News. Be there.
Welcome back. You're watching and listening to Breakfast with Stephen and Ellie.
Let's take a look at some of the front pages for you. No, we won't. Yes, we will.
Oh, yeah. Well, there's the FT for it. It's got Liz Truss on the front, but it's so far away I can't read what the actual headline says because my eyesight isn't that good. I'd say, well, let's ditch those for now.
Yeah, let's ditch those. Let's go through the papers.
I think it's been more interesting to talk to our guests rather than me squinting at the monitors as I see what the papers say. The author James Woodhousen and the journalist Susan Holder are here. I should say author and journalist because you've just got a new book out, haven't you?
I have, yes.
Which is,
I've got a new book out.
Yeah. Yes. Last time you were on, you were plugging that like mad.
Well, yes, my Beatles-themed rom-com and
Yes.
my Elvis-themed rom-com is out in September, so yes.
Oh, there you go. There's a theme there, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, there is a bit of rock and roll.
Anyway, it's good to see you both. James, let's start with energy supplies in the Times.
Well, the interesting thing about this story, which is on page 6 of the Times, is that in Norway they seem to have the same poor reserve of reservoirs, except it's much more important there, that we have in this country. They've got a drought, and in Norway they make a lot of hydropower, which is all to do with water, and the reservoirs are low, and therefore they will not be feeding us the electricity through the beautifully named interconnector, quite a lot of electricity actually, across the sea, and therefore that impacts on us. I don't believe that it's just a question of climate change in Norway. I think it sounds to me like Norway has, for once, usually very professional on energy matters, not made plans good enough to handle a situation such as we've got. And it certainly brings out the interdependence of the energy economy.
Well, I was going to say, they're looking after themselves, aren't they, come what may, which is understandable. We do the same.
Yeah, well, they're going to look after their electricity supply first, and we'll be second. So there's a lot of exporting and importing going on. We're exporting some juice to France at the moment. France is in trouble because the water's too hot to cool their nuclear reactors. So before we all rush to say, oh, well, look, renewables are cheaper than anything else at the moment, let's recognise that it's a complete and international system that we're dealing with here. Without the gas backup for renewables.
And we need to build more reservoirs as well, don't we?
Exactly. You know,
we haven't had one for 30 years.
Did you say it was 40?
40 years, since the 70s, I believe, yeah. And they're just doing one down, I think it's on the south coast now, the first in 40 years. So let's, we are not just subject to natural forces. This is a completely feudal outlook. We have technology, we have labour, we have IT, we have reservoirs. We should be tracking all of this stuff with the kind of IT that's called digital twins, where you're able to find out what water is where all over the country in a real-time model and look at it on a screen. And if the national grid in electricity and gas is anything to go by, we're not doing that yet. And we need to do that. We can do that.
Yeah, well, look, we've got to get on with it, haven't we? I think these things, they're very expensive to do, and I think that's the problem. We just sit back and say, oh, well, next year. Now we've run out of time. Susan, bionic arms in the mirror, or bionic limbs?
Bionic limbs, particularly upper limbs, prosthetic limbs. Yes, apparently, at the moment on the NHS, if a child or somebody needs, an adult even needs a prosthetic limb, they obviously provide fake arms, but they look the part, and they are getting better and better at looking the part, but they don't necessarily do what you want them to do.
Yeah.
So there is a move for the government to fund the better bionic arms, which don't actually they look quite robotic, but what they're claiming is they've kind of could give you almost superpowers with what they could do. But even if they just have a better grip and do anything else.
Yeah.
So at the moment, as I say, they provide ones that do look the part but don't do the work. But there's light at the end of the tunnel, it says here in the Daily Mirror, that the NHS is set to decide at the end of August whether to routinely commission the multi-grip upper prosthetics. So they're calling for the government to kind of put money into that, so that at the moment families have to raise £12,000 themselves to upgrade to something that actually does that.
I mean, you need functionality.
I would think above all else.
Yeah.
And actually, I think anything, if it looked quite robotic, I don't think anyone would mind that if it did the actual job.
I think they look quite cool,
Absolutely cool, yes. I mean, I'm old enough to remember what the Bionic Man and the Bionic Woman, and actually they kind of brought that kind of thing back, program for children, to see that kind of thing. They'd be very inspired by that kind of superhero kind of mentality of having those kind of powers. So yeah.
Yeah, no, it's good. I mean, the NHS is so stretched, but there are some things that do need to be prioritised.
I never understood with the Bionic Man how he could have... he had 2 bionic legs. I was wondering, 2 and 1 bionic arm, yeah, because you only had 1 bionic leg that you'd run around in circles.
You would. That's a fair
It's
point.
interesting that after all that talk, which we distantly remember from 5 or 10 years back, that the robots are coming, they're going to take all our jobs, it just hasn't happened. No robot has inserted themselves under this desk that we've seen. But where it is happening is in prosthetics and in biology.
I don't know if I agree with you on that.
Yeah.
To be honest, because it seems that I went to the bank yesterday. I had to go to the bank, and I never used cash, but we got some work done. The neighbour gave me half the money in cash, so I had to go to the bank, and I just dropped it in a slot, and it whirred, and then said, "Oh, you've got this many 20s and this many 10s, and that's it's all in your account." I thought, well, you don't need a teller now, do you? Yes, but chuck it in a slot and
the whole
the
supermarket, something in the bagging area, and nobody to speak to. Everything is being kind of taken over and moved away from. I mean, I think
not enough. Far too slow. Old technology. What people were talking about was 50 to 75% or 66% of the US population being vulnerable to robots. That hasn't happened.
Well, hasn't happened at that pace. But
Definitely not. If you look at the number of robots in the world installed, you're looking at about 4 million. Unemployment in the world is 200 million more, and it's going to be
but
crazy.
it depends what you call a robot.
Yeah, but the thing that sorts cash is not what you and I understand by a robot.
No, but it's technology that's putting people out of a job.
Yes, and a sensible person with a functioning brain actually has a better computer up there than any computer you could ever design.
This is also true, and why the advances in bionics are the ones to really check out, because also medical and hygiene robots have had quite an innings with the COVID crisis. So our perception of change, Stephen and Ellie, is that, that automation is everywhere and coming at us right away. It's not. There's not enough of it, in fact.
Now, this is in the Star, James. I'm very into my spacey stuff. The James Webb Space Telescope was taking an amazing picture of our closest star, Proxima Centauri.
Well, there's one snag, Stephen.
What's up with it?
The nearest
you can see all the different solar patches and the heat on the sun and it's fantastic. It's absolutely fantastic.
There's 2 snags. First of all, it's a picture of chorizo sausage.
Or chorizo.
Or however you pronounce it.
Yeah.
And second of all...
Heavens your ears, Susan.
Stars don't look like...
shouting at the telly.
Stars don't look like that. And if you're a star buff, as you are, Stephen, it says photo of Proxima Centauri, the closest star to the Sun. Now, if you know your astronomy, you'll know that Alpha Centauri is 4 light years away from the Sun. So Proxima Centauri is probably from northern Italy with a side order of cow added to the pig. It is just a sausage, and some wag has...
He's not some wag. He's an eminent scientist who's trying to prove a point about fake news, which is that a lot of people fell for the fact that he posted this picture, and he was trying to prove a point, which I think he's proved rather successfully.
I think so.
What I don't understand is why he's now apologising. Who's he apologising to?
No.
Who minds? I mean, I just think it's hilarious. The moon is made of cheese. That is made of chorizo. I've not had my breakfast. I'm quite hungry thinking about all this. I think it's brilliant. I think he's done a great job, and I don't think he should apologise at all.
No.
And I think one
he
Twitter...
certainly shouldn't apologise.
He shouldn't, but one Twitter... I mean, I am reading out the Daily Star. One Twitter user blasted, coming from a scientific research director, it's quite inappropriate to share this type of thing. Did they say that? Did they? Or is that another bit of fake news?
I don't know.
think it's all nonsense. I think he's done a really good job to prove the point that you can put things out there and people will fall for it.
Still a wag, though.
Oh, yeah, but it's a good one.
Yeah, of course.
And
It's a good one.
and we're-
Terrific.
Yeah, and I think we should name him. I think he's Etienne Klein. I think from the French Alternative Energies and Atomic Energy Commission. Well done. I think it's a good. I think he's done a good job.
Yeah, no, I agree. Now, we're sort of sitting in a heat wave and all the rest of it. Well, not the heat wave, but it's still warm.
It's warm, isn't it?
Still very warm.
Yeah.
So what better thing to think about, Susan, than Christmas?
Well, and I know why you've given
Christmas.
yes, I know why you've given me this. And I'm going to try and get through the whole thing without mentioning. No, I won't.
No.
So my husband is noddy holder. So Christmas is a thing in our house, but it isn't a thing in our house all year.
No.
Can I say? He does not, go around shouting it's Christmas. People will shout it's Christmas at him on a regular
Can I
basis.
just ask? I hate to do this, because I know you've...
No, you love it.
Does he do it on Christmas morning?
Well, the
Is
last...
that the first thing he says when he gets up on Christmas
The last
morning?
2 years, we've spent our Christmases just the two of us, because obviously the first year that's what we were told to do, and the second year everyone...
You'd had enough of the kids.
Everyone we knew got COVID.
Oh, right.
So everyone was fine the first year. So we've had, and I think to cheer me up, because we've not been able to see the kids and everything, yes, I have had the whole noddy holder It's Christmas experience, which is to be recommended.
Noddy. Really?
It is to be recommended.
Do you not want to strangle him?
No, I think that's come on, people would pay good money and I get
They
it for
would.
free.
They would.
But I do, again, I think this is probably, I suspect John Lewis of the department stores are available, is at the bottom of the whole Christmassy stories that are in a few of the papers today, saying that Christmas comes earlier. And I know it drives people mad. It drives it drives me mad.
Christmas creep.
Christmas creep, which is something like the Grinch, isn't it? That's like the Christmas. That's a whole kind of movie waiting to happen.
Start thinking in April.
But I mean, on some level, perhaps obviously people should. If you're going to spend a lot of money, if you've got expenses with everything that's going on, it's not a bad idea to be putting stuff away or shopping early. I get all of that. But reassuringly, the other story I found about the Christmas creep and Christmas come early is some of the toys they're saying are going to be the big ones this year.
I love the way they tell us what's going to be the big ones.
Which makes the demand.
Because it's just there, it's advertising, isn't it?
Of course it is, of course it is, and that is all it is. However, what I was reassured about, while having one eye on all that and being quite a suspicious person by nature, is actually some of these toys are quite kind of retro and old school. There's like a Girls' World head. It's not Girls' World, it's another make now. Girls' World was a thing back in the... I never had
the
one.
hairdressing thing.
The kind of weirdly disembodied head that you could put makeup on.
Yeah, I had one of those, yeah.
I never had one of those. I'm quite jealous. But I say you should put it all on yourself. It was actually quite a good idea. There's one of those. There's a little kind of wooden pizza oven, like a kitchen-y thing. There's a workbench. There's a Play-Doh ice cream truck set. That's £99. It's probably the most... But it does look great that you have a little trolley that you push around and make ice cream.
I used to love Play-Doh.
Yeah, and Lego. So all these things are actually quite traditional. So that's quite reassuring. And
that is reassuring,
And the one that they're saying is going to be the most popular toy, which I don't believe, is a pink dancing dog that looks a bit kind of weird.
Oh, there it is,
that. Yeah.
Oh, I quite like the look of
But it is only £11.99. Good news.
Ellie is far too young to remember Dougal.
From the Magic Roundabout.
From the Magic Roundabout. It looks like Dougal.
It does look... Oh, I wonder if that's the inspiration. Maybe Dougal could probably sue. But
yeah.
Interesting.
I had a Dougal pillowcase, I remember.
Cool. I tell you how we know, how I always know that Christmas is coming early, and that's another story I spotted earlier today, is they start announcing who's going to be on Strictly Come Dancing.
Yes.
Oh.
So they've started doing this kind
the
of
end
daily
of summer,
announcement. And
isn't
that, to me, that just the kind of music of Strictly, I'm like, is it nearly Christmas? Because it's always in the run-up to Christmas that we have Strictly. And they've had Kay Adams...
is Kay Adams in it?
Yeah, Will
Mellor.
Will Mellor and Kim Marsh. So far.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'd be good on that, wouldn't you?
Would you?
We were
Everyone
saying
says
this
that.
today.
I think you doing a rumble would be a sight to behold.
I bet it would. me in a what do you call it?
Would you
Not
do
a
it?
leotard.
He's going to say no, but they always say.
Yeah.
No.
There comes a
He'll be on the
you
phone
never
after
know.
the
You
show.
never know.
Unitard.
My husband has been offered
Glitter.
every reality
Has
show.
he?
No, the hilarious stories I could tell you about the thing. The one not that long ago, Dancing on Ice. I mean, I'm not being funny, but
You are being funny.
But they're being funny. I don't let him go to the post box when there's a heavy frost. Because the thought of him doing Dancing on Ice is a bit bizarre. But yes, you do get some very strange offers coming over on email. But
Oh,
yeah,
there you go.
it's only a matter of time before,
do you
they
think?
come for you for
I
strict
don't know if I'd do it or not, to be
You'd be
honest.
good, Steve.
Oh,
You'd
I
be
don't know
very
if I
good.
do it or not. That's not a no.
Well, no, but you sort of think, I hate to sound...
He's open to offers.
I hate to sound like really sort of cutthroat about it. It's to do with the money.
Well...
It's to do with the money. If there's enough money, you do it. But otherwise, I'm not going to make
a complete prat.
I'm not going to make a fool of myself for nothing.
There we are. You've got to be paid.
You know, whereas I've got all eyes now, and this is because I'm a proper old-fashioned northerner, all eyes are on the pension. That's what it is. It's all about putting money away for the pension.
You should do Strictly then.
Yeah.
Well, you've got to be
I reckon
offered
you're a
it.
good dancer.
You could put your hip
reckon
out
you'd-
at the
yeah.
same time, but, you know, you've just got to go with it, haven't you?
Oh, yeah, I think I'd end up being a comedy act if I did it. But there
I
you
think
go.
it'd be great.
There's a thought. There's a thought. One day they may offer, and I may say yes, but I won't guarantee it. I would not guarantee it. Not unless there's a lot of zeros. You know, £10 isn't enough, strictly. There you go. Susan, James, we're going to leave it there. Thank you both very much
Thank
indeed.
you.
I hope you're not in trouble when you get home.
For what did I do? What
Well,
did I
for
do?
just, you know...
Oh, for just
saying-
mentioning him on
Well, just for saying he can't, you know, skate or dance or even...
I didn't. No. I didn't say he couldn't skate or dance. Can I be fair? No, he can dance. Yeah, he can dance perfectly. Skating, I've never seen. But no, I didn't say he couldn't.
You'd worry about him on the ice.
I
right?
would
That's what
worry
we
about
said.
him on the ice.
Makes
I
her a
think we
good
all
wife,
would.
Steve.
You know, it's going to be from... You know, this will be Express Online exclusive. Won't it?
Wife fans husband from Dancing on
I can
Ice.
see it coming. Where's James going?
Oh, he's off.
Oh, he's off.
Oh, he's off.
Oh. What's going on?
I mean,
He's had enough. He's had enough.
I know we like to run a relaxed studio, James, but that's taking the mickey. Honestly. We're going to have to glue him to the seat next time.
Well, don't be careful what you wish for.
Don't make it up, could you? Anyway, look, thank you both very much
Yeah,
indeed.
thank you both.
Let's talk love now, Ellie, should we?
Yes, and matchmaker Maria Avgatidis has shared her 12-date rule for singles. The podcast host says the key to get to know someone the key is getting to know someone before becoming intimate. Commas are very important, Steve.
Commas are very important indeed, yes. Especially in this line of thinking. When you're in love, or you think you're in love, the feel-good hormone oxytocin is released into the body, making it harder to spot any red flags.
Yes, well, Maria joins us now, and she's going to explain a bit more. Maria, good morning to you. So tell us a bit more about this, then. The 12-date rule. Is that how long it takes to get to know somebody properly?
Sometimes it takes a little less. And I think when people think 12-date rule, they're thinking like, oh my gosh, we're not going to get intimate for the next 3 months. And that's actually not what I'm saying. I have a different type of date math, a lot of this inspired by the pandemic and people dating. But 12 dates, it usually takes about 2.5 weeks because I define dating as something different. And it does take a little bit of time to discover if you are emotionally compatible with someone without the distraction of sex. Before it was mentioned about, being unable to see the red flags. I think sometimes when we get intimate, we can have we can see things in rose-colored glasses, and those pink flags, emotional compatibility, are they treating me well? They just become invisible. We make excuses for people that aren't necessarily good for us.
This highlights, doesn't it, that actually, if you actually want romance, if you actually want proper love in your life, it's all about who a person is and not actually what they look like.
In the genders, they judge on a first impression very differently. I think men, especially, all men, they tend to be a lot more visual than women, and especially upon first meeting someone. So, of course, initial attraction is really important for both genders. But I think ultimately, it's really important to get to know, am I emotionally resilient? Are they? And what I mean by this is, for instance, ask yourself these 4 things if you were to do the 12-date rule. Number 1, how do they treat me when let me start again. How are they like when they're having a bad day? How are they like when they're having a good day? What do they treat me like when I'm having a bad day? And this is the most important. How do they treat me when I'm having a good day? I can't tell you how many people have told me, I'm dating this person, I really like them, but right before I go to see my friends or right before I go to spend time with my family, they pick a fight, and then I'm texting them the whole time. That's a form of emotional abuse. And we make we make exceptions or we make excuses for this kind of behavior, which does show up in very subtle ways when we first meet people.
Is there a sense that we work too hard for it? I was chatting to someone the other day who said, and I would agree with them actually, when you know, you know.
I mean, did someone married say this to you?
Yeah. And do you know
So
what? I would agree. I would agree with that. And I'm sure it doesn't apply to everybody. I'm sure not everyone is that lucky. But certainly for me, it was when you know, you know. It was just like something absolutely brand new, something totally different.
Right. And I would tell you, I would even say, you know, on the second date with my husband, when he was this complete stranger, I felt the same way. But I've also felt the same way about many people that I've dated in the past. It just looks different when you're married, right? When you put on those glasses 5 years later, 10 years later, it's very easy to say to someone, well, when you know, you know. But if I asked you about all of your ex-girlfriends or someone else's ex-boyfriends before, when you knew, how was the first 3 weeks upon meeting this person? And people will say, if you were to ask them at that point in time, oh, things are so easy, they're so different. It's very easy to look at things in a marriage in hindsight and say, oh, well, when you know, you know. But how do you know? And just because you know, like there are many people that are married that you and I both know that are not in happy marriages. And that's not to say that if they didn't do this rule, they wouldn't be happy. Rules are meant to be broken, of course. But getting to know someone and using all these very valuable components in long-term compatibility has so much to do with putting in the time to make a decision based on circumstance and based on opportunities.
Maria, you're a very successful matchmaker. So what does make people a good match? Is it personality? Is it values? Is it sometimes opposites attract? What would you say in your experience?
You know, it's so funny that you mentioned opposites attract, because any relationship that I have seen that has long-term compatibility, it doesn't seem like they're necessarily opposite. Maybe they have different temperaments, maybe they have a variety in hobbies, but if you were to ask them about their values, they tend to be straight across the board. So the opposites attract, I think this is a trope to explain different temperaments. In terms of what I see in terms of long-term compatibility, we tend to see, you know, being compatible physically, spiritually, intellectually, financially, and emotionally. These are just the whole, you know, it's a very big pillar, you know, 5 pillars of compatibility in terms of getting, you know, how does this person, you know, in the long run, you know, mesh with me.
Interesting. Well, I mean, you give everyone a lot to think about there. Maria, really good to talk to you this morning. Thank you very much indeed.
Yeah, very, very interesting. Do let us know what you think about that. Perhaps tell us how you met your other half and how you knew, perhaps you did, that they were the one. gbviews@gbnews.uk. That'd be nice to read a little bit later.
It would. I don't know, interested if you agree with her or not. I don't know. I mean, I see, my experience was, but no, never before had I felt like that. She's saying, oh, you feel, you know, you often feel when you know, you think that with a lot of people. I haven't before.
I think her advice is very sensible, though. It's like, sit back, take your time, get to know somebody on a spiritual level, and yeah, I think there's something to be said for that. gbviews@gbnews.uk. Let us know what you think. There's lots more to come on today's show, including our exclusive interview with Rishi Sunak.
Morning. If you have to rainfall this weekend, it's not good news. Certainly for most of England and Wales, it's going to be a dry weekend with sunny spells. A bit chilly out there first thing this morning. It is going to turn warmer, more especially as we go into next week. High pressure is moving in, keeping things mostly dry, certainly for England and Wales. We do have this weather front, however, which is trickling across Scotland, bringing some light rain and drizzle here and there. Always likely to stay fairly damp through today across northernmost parts of Scotland, but elsewhere through central and southern Scotland and Northern Ireland, just a few showers scattered about, really. For the majority across England and Wales, it's staying dry. Quite a bit of cloud over northern parts of England, North Wales, but lengthy spells of sunshine across the south. And it's here where, after a bit of a chilly start this morning, temperatures will pick up this afternoon to 24, 25 degrees. Cooler conditions further north, but if it brightens up in eastern Scotland, we could get temperatures back up to 20 Celsius late in the day. Overnight, we'll keep outbreaks of rain going over the Northern Isles and the Western Isles, northern parts of the Highlands. Elsewhere, again, the vast majority will be dry and clear. And again, a reasonably comfortable night, certainly fresher than it was earlier on in the week, with temperatures in some spots down into single figures. Another fine day to come then on Sunday for most of England and Wales. Western parts of Scotland keeping the cloud, outbreaks of rain and drizzle on and off here. But a brighter day across Aberdeenshire, down through to the borders, some sunny spells. And I think it'll stay dry and bright across Northern Ireland too. With that wet weather in the far northwest, temperatures again suppressed somewhat here. But elsewhere, temperatures a little higher tomorrow, more widely over 20 Celsius, and in the south, 25, the southeast, maybe 27 degrees Celsius. High pressure then, the dominant feature through the weekend and beyond. This high will keep things dry for many well into next week, and as you can see, we're expecting the temperatures to rise further next week as well.
We are GB News.
We're right across this great nation.
On TV.
On radio.
On digital. Absolutely everywhere.
We don't talk down to you.
We embrace all voices with honest and civilised conversation.
We are not part of the establishment. We're one of you.
And we're only getting started.
Join us on GB News,
the People's Channel.
Britain's news channel. Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
My name's Tom Harwood, and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today.
I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory, twice baked.
Is there not an opportunity here to win out against the extremes?
Tom Harwood, GB News.
What are you going to do about it?
Things should have been done differently, and they certainly are being done differently.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, 9:30 Monday to Friday on GB News.
Where would you like to go?
Just take me to the studio, please, mate. You know where you're going. I've got a show to do. Friday Night Feast on GB News, 7 p.m. And it's like nothing you've ever seen before. We take a different angle on the week's biggest news stories. The viewers and listeners set me some absolutely mad challenges to do. We're trying to rehome a rescue dog. And yes, there's some other wacky stuff in there as well. I feel like I could take on the world. Well, that's that. Friday Night Feast with me, Patrick Christie's, every Friday, 7 till 9 p.m. on GB News. Be there.
Activists interrupt the latest leadership hustings to protest against the government's climate policy.
Good morning, it's 8 o'clock on Saturday the 6th of August. This is Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Ellie.
We're live across the whole of the UK. We're on your radio, your TV and online, so whatever you're up to today, you can take us out and about with you.
Lucky you. Here's what you're waking up to this morning. Liz Truss was interrupted by Green activists in the latest Tory leadership hustings. Once the protesters were removed, Liz Truss said she would introduce new legislation to stop what she called militant activists slowing down the country.
Elsewhere, Rishi Sunak has said his party can kiss goodbye to winning the next election unless they get inflation under control. But the former Chancellor has come under fire for a leaked clip in which he said he diverted public money from deprived urban areas.
And in a GB News exclusive, Rishi Sunak has told Esther and Philip that the government has failed to focus on grooming gangs in rural towns across the country. Mr Sunak has promised tougher action on these criminals if elected as Prime Minister.
Too long, we just haven't focused on this issue, Philip, and it's a horrific crime that is affecting actually not just girls in a few places, it's far more pervasive across the country than actually we all realise.
Well, as ever, you can join in any of our discussions by emailing gbnews@gbnews.uk, or you can tweet us at GBNews.
And if you're watching us online or on YouTube, you can subscribe for free to stay up to date on all of the highlights from across today's show. I'm always astounded where some of you are. I mean, we are Britain's news channel, but there are Brits everywhere, which is quite a nice thing. Virginia, morning to you, Virginia, or evening, Virginia, I should say. She's watching us live in Hobart, Tasmania, Australia, where there's a lot of snow on the mountains today. Not expected to hear about snow in Australia, to be there. Tasmania, though.
What would the time be in Australia now? It would be...
Is it 11 hours ahead? Or 13? Or, I don't know.
Amazing. I find it incredible. So we're having breakfast and you're probably having your dinner. We've also had a tweet from Carl. He says, GB News is so important. I'm living and working in Qatar, so I solely depend on GB News to keep me up to date with everything that's going on in Blighty and the rest of the world. Good morning to you, Carl. Actually, it won't be good morning. It'll be lunchtime for you.
Yeah.
We're all on different time zones.
We are. Peter, morning to you, Peter. Your doctor is fantastic. That's Dr. Amos Ogunkoya. He really is. He's quite new to us. He's only been on 3 or 4 times, but honestly, we love him. He talks a language that the simplest of people like me understands. But, you know, when it comes to some of these complex issues, especially medical issues, you do need someone who is just going to put it in terms you can absolutely understand. He's a GP, so he's used to dealing with us ordinary punters.
And that's why it works, isn't it? Because he does just sit at the end there and we just fire questions like you would to your doctor. What does this mean? How do I cope with that? Or how do I lessen this? And he's great. He answers anything. So,
but he's great, and it's all about, and we always say, you know, this is not a place where we want to talk down to people.
No.
This is a place where, you know, with ordinary people, for ordinary people, talking to ordinary people. What it's all about. Love it. Yeah, he's great, is Amos, and we'll get more from him.
We'll keep him coming.
Just a quick one from Wynne, who says, when Liz Truss says she's going to... Because this came up yesterday. When Liz Truss says she's going to reverse the rise in national insurance, does that mean she'll also change the threshold back down, meaning anybody earning less than £30,000 will be worse off? And, yeah, the answer to that is, Wynne, don't know. But raised this the other day, and someone got in touch with a very good point, saying national insurance is not just about us, the employees, and what we pay in national insurance, but what our employers pay in national insurance, and that reducing it then is better for employers to employ more people. So, you know, it helps kickstart the economy. So although we look at it from that very sort of personal point of view, it may be even if the threshold was brought back down, it may still benefit the economy. But I get your point. But the actual answer to that is don't know.
Do keep your thoughts coming in on any of the topics that we're talking about this morning. gbviews@gbnews.uk. We do love to hear from you, and we will share as many as we can today. Now, the former Chancellor Rishi Sunak has defended comments he's made in a leaked video where he said he diverted public money from deprived urban areas. Well, speaking at the latest hustings event in Eastbourne, Mr Sunak insisted his plan is to alter the formula to help both urban towns and rural areas. Meanwhile, Ms Truss's speech was disrupted by activists who criticised her climate policy. Well, as the two Tory leadership hopefuls continue their race to number 10, Rishi Sunak has exclusively told Esther and Phil on GB News how political correctness is affecting just the way that grooming gangs are now tackled in Britain. He says he will address the problem.
I think for too long, we just haven't focused on this issue. And we all know the reason that people don't focus on it. It's because of political correctness. And they're scared of calling out the fact that there's a particular group of people who are perpetuating these crimes. And I think that's wrong. And I want to change that as Prime Minister. So what I've said is we'll have a new task force at the National Crime Agency that's focused on this. We will have a requirement for police forces everywhere to prioritise this. I want to make sure that all police forces record the ethnicity of those involved, which currently is not done because people don't want to do that. And I want to create a brand new life sentence for those involved in grooming with very limited options for parole. Well, the full interview will be played from 10 o'clock this morning with Esther and Phil here on GB News, so don't miss it.
Well, we're going to talk to Assistant Editor at Conservative Home, William Atkinson, who's here in the studio. And William, good to see you. Before we have a chat, I just want to get us to have a listen to what Rishi Sunak has said in that leaked clip.
To start changing the funding formulas to make sure that areas like this are getting the funding that they deserve. Because we inherited a bunch of formulas from the Labour Party that shoved all the funding into deprived urban areas, then that needed to be undone. I started the work of undoing that.
Is he making a fair point or not?
I think he is making a fair point in that the way that the Treasury funding formula that dictates where investment is put into the country before he launched a review in 2020 was unfairly skewed towards particular parts of the country. And that was largely a consequence of the fact that it was designed to basically sort of produce investment gains as quickly as possible, also things that were obviously sort of monetizable, that you could easily sort of work out how much they cost and how quickly you get a benefit. And overwhelmingly, that tends to be in places that have sort of lacked funding for quite a while, and these tend to be in deprived urban areas. And I think that was a sort of hangover from the Brown Chancellor, so he was right to review that. On the other hand, the way that he portrayed it there, that he was channeling money from deprived urban areas into Tunbridge Wells, is not necessarily what the government means when it's saying levelling up and trying to help those parts of the country that have been neglected. But then I'm sure you have many sort of rural viewers on GBNews, and rural poverty is a problem that we haven't really talked about in this country for quite a while. So actually dealing with rural poverty, changing the way that we think about poverty, the way we think of deprivation, is quite an important thing to do. But having a chancellor in, £500, a former chancellor, I should say, in £500 shoes, selling people in leafy Tunbridge Wells that he's taking away money from deprived urban areas is not the best look, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, we do need to be balanced in this, don't we? And there was a point to be made that Ms Sunak was saying that levelling up had to happen everywhere, not just in urban areas, but also in rural areas too. But the optics don't look good in that video, and it is the worst possible timing, really, isn't it? In a few days where Rishi Sunak and his team could have been really building momentum, and this video's come out, it's got 5 million views. It's not ideal, is it?
No, exactly. And I think it disrupts the momentum, as you say, that his campaign was building. Rishi Sunak needs basically to have had a really good last 2 weeks to stand any hope to overhaul the 30-point lead that Liz Truss appears to have opened up in the polls. And frankly, he had a really good couple of days when Liz Truss had that stumble over her sort of regional pay board policy. He had a really good performance on that Sky race number 10 thing. But as you say, this video and the fact that he's been having to firefight over it for the last day has just really killed that momentum. And now I would struggle to see how Rishi Sunak could overhaul Liz Truss's lead, especially as we've now got the ballot papers out. About half of Tory members are expected to fill them in and send them back straight away. And then also, originally, CCHQ had planned to give people the opportunity to vote twice after an intervention.
Well, to be able to alter their vote.
Yes, yeah. So you could vote once on paper, and then you could vote again online, potentially, and the second vote would count. But GCHQ have basically said, put a kibosh on that because they say it's too easy to interfere with that process. So,
is that a blow for Rishi's team in terms of what they were maybe hoping for at this stage? They're hoping that some people might have been able to change their minds and cast a vote for Rishi if he won them over in the next few days.
Yeah, I don't think they were putting necessarily all of their hopes in that. They wanted to have a really good sort of start to the campaign, win people over that way. But I think it's certainly something that would have been at the back of their minds, hoping that Liz Truss has somehow sort of self-destructs her campaign, or she has sort of more things like this pay board sort of policy that have tanked the public, and then they would hope then people would sort of change their minds and move towards Rishi Sunak. But it looks very unlikely that will happen. No.
So on the basis, and Rishi Sunak supporters are going to hate me for saying this, but on the basis that Liz Truss is our next Prime Minister, which looks more than likely at this stage, what do we make of her economic policies? Are they actually going to deliver what she seems to be promising they will?
I don't think they will. I think when I interviewed her last week, her primary focus was trying to avoid a recession. It was trying to get the economy sort of going for growth, which is going to be incredibly difficult to do with inflation at 13%, interest rates going up, etc. And she's putting all the stall on the sort of 30 to 40 billion pounds that she's wanting to cut in tax. But a lot of those tax cuts are either the reverse of tax rises, that are being introduced, or they're not actually focused in areas that are sort of stimulatory to growth. So I don't think if Liz Truss is hoping that she could have some sort of emergency budget that would get the economy going gangbusters, that's very unlikely to be the case.
It's very interesting who she's going to bring in as Chancellor. There's talk of the two hot favourites are keeping Nadhim Zahawi in position, or John Redwood.
I would find it very unlikely. There's, as successful as John Redwood has been as a columnist for a Conservative home, I would think seeing John Redwood at the Treasury would be rather eye-opening and not very likely. I think various members of the ERG have perhaps been sort of staying up tonight with their glasses of port, debating who would they most like to see in the Treasury, and that's somehow sort of filtered through into a discussion of a John Redwood chancellorship. But I'd say if any sort of political sort of pollsters and punters and predictors are out there saying that we're going to have John Redwood in the Treasury, I'd be very surprised if he was.
Oh, we shall see. We shall see. Really good to talk to you, William. Thank you very much indeed. But of course, one of those big issues which has come to the light because of our exclusive interview with Rishi Sunak, which you can see in full with Esther and Philip at 10 o'clock, is about grooming gangs and Rishi Sunak saying that it's something he wants to address, and that the sort of looking into more detail on grooming gangs has been hampered by people being too politically correct.
Yes, he made the comments to Esther and Philip saying this is an issue. He wants to bring in a new task force where police officers log a person's ethnicity. Well, is this a good idea? Let's bring in our next guest now. She's a former detective and Rochdale child sex abuse ring whistleblower. This is Maggie Oliver. Good morning to you, Maggie. So we've got that exclusive interview with Rishi Sunak there where he talks about the problem of grooming gangs in towns all across this country, saying that political correctness is what stopped it being tackled quicker. What do you make of those comments and his plans to crack down on it, finally?
Good morning, Ellie. Good morning, Stephen. What I make of it is that this is Rishi Sunak jumping on the bandwagon because he is up for election as the new Prime Minister. This is not a problem that has just arisen. And, you know, he has jumped on what grabs the headlines, but the problems in relation to tackling the grooming gangs have been in existence for decades. I've been shouting about it for 10 years. And whilst I know full well that the ethnicity is part of the problem, I've actually had meetings with Priti Patel because the government, the establishment, do not record the ethnicity of the offenders. I've known that for 10 years, nor are the crimes recorded properly. But the problems in dealing with the grooming gangs go far, far further than that. And I would say it is because policing and the criminal justice system is collapsed, and we need a royal commission into policing. This is a soundbite. It's more promises and empty words that actually don't convert into action. It's no point putting another task force together. We've got the IOPC now, we've got internal investigation departments in police forces, and yet they are consistently failing to hold senior officers to account for failing to deal with this problem. There's no consistency. We've got police forces in special measures. We've got lack of communication. We've got victims coming to the Maggie Oliver Foundation in their hundreds saying that the police are not listening to them. What we don't need is Rishi Sunak giving a statement because he's up for election, and then when he comes into office it fades away. This is not about a very quick fix. This goes far, far deeper, Ellie. And what we really need is somebody to look at policing. Why is there no adequate training? Why is policing become a very low-paid career? Why are pensions disappearing? Why are officers leaving police forces in their droves? There is no understanding of trauma. And really, the cases that we're talking about take resources, they take commitment, they take investment. We don't just need another review telling us what we already know, that the system is broken, and it needs far more than a soundbite from somebody who hopes they're going to get into office, and then he will come into office, and just like the £10 if you miss a doctor's appointment is meaningless. You know, we need real commitment and real understanding of what the problems are that are facing not only the victims of grooming gangs, but the country as a whole in policing.
I mean, it's interesting because I sort of thought maybe you'd say, well, you know, perhaps it's a step in the right direction. Perhaps it's good that it has at least been raised. But what you seem to be saying is that actually he said something which sounds good without actually understanding just how fundamental a problem this is.
You know what, Stephen? Nobody in this country would say we don't have a problem with grooming gangs. This is closing the stable door after the horse has bolted. Everybody knows. And the reason he has raised this issue is because he knows that throughout the country there is horror, there is anger, there is despair about the way that grooming gang victims are treated, the way that the abusers, who are predominantly Pakistani Muslim men, are escaping justice when they are convicted. The Crown Prosecution Service doesn't charge them with the offences for which they are guilty, which is rape. It's not sexual activity with a child. It is not trafficking. It is child abuse on a monumental scale. You know, a man who gets a 13-year-old pregnant is out of prison in less than 3 years. He comes face to face with her in his local town. She didn't even know he was out of prison. We have other children being criminalised because of their abuse. These problems go to the root of our country, and a very off the cuff comment from Rishi Sunak will not solve it. My question to him would be, 10 years ago when I was shouting out about no recording of ethnicity, no recording of the crimes, victims being failed, where was he then? Why is it just today that he makes this statement? You know, we've had Priti Patel making promises to deport the abusers from Rochdale. It just doesn't happen. We get the IOPC even yesterday reporting that on Operation Augusta, where we know from the independent review in 2020 that 2 of the most senior officers in GMP, Greater Manchester Police, closed down a live operation with 100 paedophiles on a basis. They know that that's what happened, but they can't identify which of those 2 officers made the decision. So no action will follow. There is no accountability. I will be saying, charge them both with misconduct in a public office, gross neglect of duty, failing thousands of victims. It's very easy to make promises, but these promises are expensive to carry through, and we need knowledge. We need proper experts. And I'm not saying, I'm the only expert, but I am an expert in this now. We've got people throughout the country who support victims every day. The victims and the survivors, Stephen, are the experts. Ask them what they want, and they will say a complete radical overhaul of the whole system. Grooming gangs, convicted that will serve long sentences. I don't disagree with those things. My question would be, though, why is it only now that he is making these promises? Actions speak louder than words, and we need a royal commission into policing. Grooming gangs are part of the failures in the criminal justice system. They've grabbed the headlines, and in my opinion, that's why Rishi is making this commitment today.
OK, look, Maggie Oliver, it's always a pleasure to talk to you. Thank you very much indeed.
My name's Tom Harwood, and every weekday we bring you The Briefing live from 9:30 a.m. The stories, analysis and live debate that you need to hear.
Quite right, Tom, of course.
Was this something that had been considered at all?
Difficult to answer.
Gas-guzzling helicopters circling. Noise is being made here. Joe Biden walking out. Thank you very much for joining us.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, Monday to Friday, 9:30 a.m. on GB News.
Dolan tonight, we have a simple plan, which is to inform, stimulate and entertain in equal measure. It's all about getting your opinions on the national television airwaves. I love my viewer emails, mark@gbnews.uk. So do join me from 9 p.m. to midnight every Friday, Saturday and Sunday for big guests, big opinions and a big presenter. 6'5", don't you know? See you then on GB News.
Join me, Mark White, here on GB News. For more than 2 decades, I've been at the sharp end of reporting crime and security at home and abroad. From the scourge of terrorism to the fight against violent crime and the deepening small boats crisis in the Channel. They're issues you rightly care about, and so do I. As GB News Home and Security Editor, my focus will be on the stories that matter to you.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
This is Breakfast with Stephen and Ellie. Sorry about that. Don't know what's gone on. You know what it's like when your computer suddenly freezes and you don't know why, and you just have to turn it off and on again. That's basically what we've had to do. Yeah. So there you go. I mean, it's what live television is all about, Ellie Costello.
You handled it like an absolute pro, Stephen.
Do you know what?
Well done.
It's what I love about this job, and always have. I've always worked in live broadcasting rather than the pre-recorded stuff, because it is so... I was going to say it's nice when things go wrong, but it proves that we're all human, and it's all just what goes on. It keeps you on your toes. And I know sometimes critics say, oh, why is it all going pear-shaped? Sometimes that's just what happens. We all know what technology is like.
It's like with anything. I think if something goes not quite to plan, it's entertaining, if nothing else. Like when James Woodhousen walked past us earlier when we were...
decided he was going to walk off set for some unknown reason.
It's good.
Still don't know why he did that.
It just spices up our Saturday, doesn't it?
It does.
We're going to take a quick break now, make sure everything's OK this end, and then we're going to come back with all the important stories that you need to know. So do stay with us, and we'll be right back after this.
We are GB News.
We're right across this great nation.
On TV.
On radio.
On digital. Absolutely everywhere.
We don't talk down to you.
We embrace all voices with honest and civilised conversation.
We are not part of the establishment. We're one of you.
And we're only getting started.
Join us on GB News,
the People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
My name's Tom Harwood, and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today.
I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory, twice baked.
Is there not an opportunity here to win out against the extremes?
Tom Harwood, GB News.
What are you going to do about it?
Things should have been done differently, and they certainly are being done differently.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, 9:30 Monday to Friday on GB News.
Where would you like to go?
Just take me to the studio, please, mate. You know where you're going. I've got a show to do. Friday Night Feast on GB News, 7 p.m. And it's like nothing you've ever seen before. We take a different angle on the week's biggest news stories. The viewers and listeners set me some absolutely mad challenges to do. We tried to rehome a rescue dog. And yes, there's some other wacky stuff in there as well. I feel like I could take on the world. Well, that's that. Friday Night Feast with me, Patrick Christie's, every Friday, 7 till 9 p.m. on GB News. Be there.
It's 8:27, morning to you. You're watching and listening to Breakfast with Stephen and Ellie.
Now, China has announced unspecified sanctions on US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi and her immediate family. That's following her visit to the self-ruled island of Taiwan earlier this week.
Now, a Chinese Foreign Ministry statement said the US House Speaker disregarded its concerns and opposition to her provocative visit to Taiwan, therefore making her the highest-ranking US official designated for penalties by Beijing.
Well, for more, let's speak now to the host of The Spectator's Chinese Whispers podcast. This is Cindy Yu. Good morning, Cindy.
Morning.
Thank you so much for joining us in the studio. So first of all, what did you make of Pelosi's visit to Taiwan? Because it was completely unexpected, being called provocative by the Chinese. She says, the Americans say, they're there to support Taiwan as a self-ruling state. What do you make of it all?
Well, I think, first of all, it's important to say that America, of course, should support Taiwan. It's for geopolitical reasons. Taiwan is in a very strategic location. It has to be in a US ally for the sake of basically the Western-led international order. And that is a good thing to be, a good position to be in. On the other hand, diplomacy is all about not asking difficult questions, about being diplomatic. And I think Pelosi's visit wasn't necessarily diplomatic because it forced all three sides, US, Taiwan and China, into very predictable positions. And now we're in a situation where tensions are escalated. And whilst I don't think this is going to lead to an invasion, it is nevertheless leading to more aggression from China than Taiwan has seen in decades.
So it was like sort of poking the sleeping tiger, was it?
Yes, and of course you should make sure that Taiwan, as a victim of the sleeping tiger, should be well defended should that tiger ever wake up. But why would you go and poke it when it wasn't really doing anything in the meantime? And now what we're seeing is that China has flown missiles over the island of Taiwan. It has essentially blockaded for a few days key commercial routes, air routes around Taiwan. And so we see what China is capable of now, which is good, I guess, for some US military intelligence. That is informative to see. But at the same time, in future, when China does similar military drills, it has pushed out that cordon sanitaire. It will continue to do that kind of thing. So the new normal, essentially, has been established.
What is interesting, though, I thought was really interesting yesterday, was America cancelled some ICBM tests, intercontinental ballistic missiles. It was meant to be testing those. It pulled back on that testing to not be provocative. Now, will that have an impact?
I think that is really good to see that the US side clearly sees that this is China having a temper tantrum. It is grandstanding. It is not escalation into an invasion. And therefore, they don't want to make things worse by doing things like missile tests at the same time. And also, warships, US warships in the vicinity have also drawn back to reduce the risk of an accidental hit, which would escalate things as well.
Yeah.
Taiwan's premier has condemned China as the evil neighbour next door. That's after these live military rehearsals are going on around the island. How is this going down with people that live in Taiwan with these escalating tensions? Do they fear an invasion? Because China does want to take back Taiwan at some stage, don't they?
Yeah, China definitely does. What's fascinating is that on my podcast, Chinese Whispers, I've been speaking to a Taiwanese journalist who is in Taipei, and he actually said that until about 48 hours before Pelosi arrived, nobody was really talking about it. It's all, same kind of stuff. You live your life. This is all politics. And then Pelosi comes, and there are some people who are supportive, some people who are against. And now you're left with dealing with the aftermath. And she's gone off to Japan. She doesn't really care. And so they're dealing with the aftermath. But they're also relatively relaxed about it because China has been pointing its warheads at Taiwan for generations now. So I think some of the Taiwanese people are thinking, well, we'll believe it when we see it. For now, this is just background noise. Some tourists even reportedly went to some locations in Taiwan to see those missile shoots happening off the coast, just because it is a historic moment. And whilst they shouldn't be complacent, I think for a lot of Taiwanese people, they have been threatened for years now. So
it's interesting, though, isn't it? I mean, is there a sense that America has always said, and the international community has always said, they would support Taiwan should China try to move to retake it? This is an indication of that determination. It may have been ill-judged, it may have proved problematic, But it does show China, doesn't it, that if it was to move, they are actually going to face a huge international response.
I think so. People who are more in the military intelligence community will know exactly how much information you can garner from exactly the kind of drills that China has been doing now and what the US response could be. Because at the moment, it does look like China could make quite an effective blockade, at least for a few days at a time, which is all it would need to disrupt, basically, trade routes in and out of Taiwan. The question is, does America think that it can refuel, it can defend in time for something like that to back up Taiwan? And I don't know in terms of the calculations going on in the Pentagon from what they've seen in the last few days. But I think China basically has shown its hand a little bit here. And that is not necessarily a bad thing.
No.
We were speaking to a guest yesterday who was saying that many people in Taiwan, they are Chinese or their families and the generation before them have come from China. So what does this mean for people in Taiwan now who have close ties and close relationships with those in China? It must be really quite worrying.
Yeah, absolutely. And the reverse is true as well. There are people in China who don't want war with Taiwan because they see them as, brothers and sisters in arms. So, you wouldn't want to be causing casualties where you consider them to be not necessarily in your country, but at least of the same kind of nationhood notion. And also, you speak the same language. I'm from China, but I was able to speak to this Taiwanese journalist in Mandarin. So, there's a lot of cultural links there where people-to-people links don't necessarily want war. And so I think that's the nature of the situation here.
No, it's fascinating, and I imagine we're going to be talking a lot more about China and Taiwan, I should think, over the coming sort of 12, 18 months or so. I think there could be some movement there. It's really good to talk to you, Cindy. Thank you very much indeed. It's fascinating. I find it's absolutely fascinating. We need to get to grips with it a bit more. I'm very jealous of your Mandarin, by the way.
I mean, it's very hard to learn. I wouldn't recommend it.
The only thing, I was in Beijing for the Olympics, and the only thing I learned properly was ni hao, which I probably don't pronounce correctly either.
No, very good. Very good, yeah.
It only means hello, if you're wondering. So it's as far as I can go. How do you say goodbye?
再见. Or you can say bye-bye.
Oh, that's not as exciting, is it?
And Cindy, remind us, what's your podcast if people want to...
It's called Chinese Whispers.
Chinese Whispers.
It is. If you're school age or you have kids or grandkids who are school age and they've got Mandarin as an option for a language, it's the one to get, nowadays. You learn that. What a skill that is, and what it gives you real advantages, actually. So it'd be a good thing to do, if only when I'd been younger. And
you had your time again, Stephen.
Yeah, but it was French or German at my age.
It's Spanish.
That's all you did. Spanish is it's a huge international language. Mandarin, it's the way forward. Look, don't go anywhere. We've got plenty more to come for you, including all the papers in a couple of minutes.
We are GB News.
We're right across this great nation.
On TV.
On radio.
On digital. Absolutely everywhere.
We don't talk down to you.
We embrace all voices with honest and civilised conversation.
We are not part of the establishment. We're one of you.
And we're only getting started.
Join us on GB News,
the People's Channel.
Britain's news channel. Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
My name's Tom Harwood, and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today.
I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory, twice baked.
Is there not an opportunity here to win out against the extremes?
Tom Harwood, GB News.
What are you going to do about it?
Things should have been done differently, and they certainly are being done differently.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, 9:30 Monday to Friday on GB News.
Where would you like to go?
Just take me to the studio, please, mate. You know where you're going. I've got a show to do. Friday Night Feast on GB News, 7 p.m. And it's like nothing you've ever seen before. We take a different angle on the week's biggest news stories. The viewers and listeners set me some absolutely mad challenges to do. We're trying to rehome a rescue dog. And yes, there's some other wacky stuff in there as well. I feel like I could take on the world. Well, that's that. Friday Night Feast with me, Patrick Christie's, every Friday, 7 till 9 p.m. on GB News. Be there.
8:37 and time for the papers this morning with the author James Woodhousen and author and journalist Susan Holder. Morning, you two. Let's kick off, Susan, with the Daily Star, looking at something which is overtaking Netflix at the moment.
It is, and I haven't seen it, but it's a huge series called Heartstopper, written by Alice Oseman. The books, it's based on the books. The reason this caught my eye, as a debut author myself, I'm inspired and horrified in equal measure by the fact that it says here she's actually sold 4 million copies of the Heartstopper books off the back of the fact that obviously Netflix have picked up this series, which, if you haven't seen it, it's a coming-of-age kind of romance of a 15-year-old boy who falls in love with a rugby-playing lad in his class. Yeah, I mean, it just is inspiring to me because it all started out... she's only 27 for a start, which is... that's overachieving, isn't it?
Oh, that's depressing.
Calm down, love, calm down. But also, it started as a crowd-funded, self-published novel.
Oh, really?
So that's interesting.
She's done very well. That's a great story.
It is a great story, and it shows that it can be done. I don't know how you do it. I mean, I'm with HarperCollins, and it's difficult to get your name out there. It's difficult to get your books to the attention of anybody. There's thousands of us out there, so it's a really difficult market to navigate.
But Susan, isn't that interesting? Because this could be the way that the market is going now. I mean, Netflix is such a huge platform. It needs new content all the time. It will be looking to writers to provide good film, good series, good dramas.
Absolutely, and everything starts with the writing, which I've always, obviously as a writer I would say that, but that is the truth. It's in the ideas and the words that are originally there. That's where the good ideas come from. It is exciting. It is exciting, and I think it's true across all mediums, whether you're a writer or a musician. For all the competition there is out there, and people talk about that negatively, there also is, you couldn't, in the old days, if you didn't have a publishing deal or a record deal, you couldn't just go and upload your book onto Amazon and let people... You couldn't make a record in your bedroom. You can now. And I think in the end, talent will out. And maybe that's how she did it, but maybe she would have found another way. In the end, you just have to keep going until you find a way if you think you've got something to say, don't you?
It's interesting how if it's true to the book, they've just done... Amazon Prime have just done Jack Reacher.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm a big Jack Reacher reader, read them all. And it's the first time anything's been done on camera which is like the book.
OK.
And it's excellent.
Oh, that's good.
It's absolutely excellent. But, like, the movies they did were nothing like the book.
I think, Susan, when you say talent will out, that's very reassuring. You know, there's a lot of dreck throughout the media.
Will it, though?
Well, hang on, Stephen. The point I'm trying to make is that...
James, come on.
Yeah, but a lot of people out there appreciate quality and appreciate talent, and they're not all completely drilled on Strictly or something like that. They, which has its own talent.
But it's about being spotted. This is the thing. I mean, this young lady has been spotted, and they've seen the talent.
Exactly.
If that talent doesn't get seen, then you don't get anywhere, do you? This is the tragedy.
It's about the fact if you feel you have a talent, finding a way to put it out there. There is more than one way to kind of get to any... You have to be like water, I think, and find a route through. I mean, it took me a long, long time to get anywhere. Even though I was a journalist, even though I'd worked in television, that didn't mean I just got a book deal.
It's famously difficult, isn't it, to get a book deal. James, we're talking about bigger cars in the Times.
Yeah, well, the fact is that even a Mini, which I knew had got bigger, but it's grown from 4 foot 7.5 inches to 6'3" in width. You know, it clearly is part of the growing obesity problem. And what they're proposing, quite rightly, I think, is that parking spaces accommodate not just to the Mini but the VW Golf and nearly all the cars, including small cars. There's a line in it where they say smaller cars have also got bigger. I
don't understand why, though. Everything else technological gets smaller. Your phones are much smaller than they used to be. Computers used to take up rooms, and now you can have them in your holding your hand. Why are cars bigger?
Well, partly we're bigger. we're fatter. Some of us are taller. The Dutch are taller than ever. So
they're starting
part
to
of
shrink, the Dutch.
Sorry?
They're starting to shrink, the Dutch.
Is that right? Well, being half Dutch...
You have evidence for that?
No, it was in the papers.
Well.
It was in the papers a few months ago.
Asians are getting bigger, certainly, and getting taller. So, we also need...
40 years, have we, to get cars to have to be so much bigger?
I don't know.
We've got more. There's more electronics in them. We've got. We want more comfort, more legroom.
I think it's more that, isn't it? We want more comfort in them.
Storage,
but,
shopping.
A lot of places now they do it in my Sainsbury's where they don't put a line. There's like a double. So there's a much bigger space, and it does mean it makes it much easier. You can get out the car without doing the old.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, that crawling in through when somebody comes in, you have to crawl through the... We've all done that. You have to crawl in through the passenger
One
side.
interesting thing, going back to our discussion on robots, is that lots of people thought that mobility as a service a few years back, the sort of Uberization of everything would mean that nobody owned a car in America. And they also hoped that parking spaces could be got rid of. I ran the numbers on Los Angeles, and you're looking at about 1,700 hectares of parking space against 132,000 hectares of city space. So our hopes that parking space will contract are pretty misguided. It's already very small compared with the land area.
We need to do that thing where you drive into a lift and it parks
That's
your car for you and all
that
that sort of
scares me. The
underground.
Underground. I think I'd rather walk.
I thought you favoured automation.
Yeah. See, I need that. I can't park.
I like all that. It's just you put the car in and get out and then it just whisks it
I
off.
would like that,
That's what you want.
Until you have a power cut and you're midway down.
Oh, then you've had it, yeah.
Oh, no.
Then you've had it. Let's talk about a cursed fridge in the Star.
This is an amazing story. I mean, so you know those posters people put on lampposts when they've lost their cat?
Yeah.
Well, there's posters that have been put up about a cursed fridge that's free to collect. So at first I thought it was about somebody who just wanted to get rid of the fridge. And the way they've sold the idea of this cursed fridge, they're trying to attract attention, is they're saying that it's haunted by the soul of their stepmother. So it possibly is somebody with a wicked stepmother.
Well, that's bad.
That they are trying to, and it's a bit of a vendetta against them. So on the poster, there's a picture of this rather large, double kind of American fridge.
Oh, yeah.
Nice fridge, free to collect, but... they've put it. I'm starting to feel it's unreasonable. She's decided to live in our fridge. She has to go. My stepmother had a heart attack on our kitchen floor in the middle of an electrical storm, and her soul was transferred to our smart fridge. It's unlikely, but I can't prove it otherwise. However, it has transpired now, I think, that the number belongs to a kitchen showroom in Vauxhall. So either it's their clever way of getting publicity and people to call, although I don't know whether they're just trying to sell things to them, or it's somebody with a vendetta against the kitchen showroom. I mean, who knows? There's multi-layers in this that I'm worried about, but it is quite interesting. But I do know that the person who's written this has written it so funnily, the post, that actually a literary agent on Twitter has offered them a publishing deal, because if they can write something as funny as this, they think they might have talent.
Mind you, get yourself a free fridge.
If
someone else's
if you don't mind the haunting...
Oh, what's she going to do?
What's she going to do? What's she going to do to the cheese? Nothing.
Well, she might make your milk go sour, but that's...
Is this connected to the story of that car owners now put their electronic keys in the icebox because they're worried that thieves will get hold of them? Fridges are a bit unsung heroes. There's a lot going on in them.
There's a lot going on in fridges.
You put cash in your fridge because...
Do you?
Yeah, because... inflation has been zero for a long time, or below zero, so you put the cash in and it appreciates in value.
So now people who break into your house go straight to the fridge.
Yeah, it could be.
Right.
Yeah.
Get a snack.
Yeah.
My friend Sybil, here's one for you. My friend Sybil keeps crisps and jam in the dishwasher.
Why?
Because she doesn't use it as a dishwasher.
Okay.
So
it's just an extra storage.
So she's got a dishwasher and it's currently full of jam and crisps.
Does she live on her own?
No, she lives with her husband and a son.
Do they not cook?
Does he do the washing up?
Well, he must.
Energy
Poor Neil.
saving.
Poor Neil. And they're in their
Soap and water.
They're 80 this month, actually. They're 80
But also
this
your
month.
fridge could be hacked. Let's not forget that old idea, And this whole idea of a smart fridge that tells you you're eating too much.
Well, that was Kellyanne Conway, wasn't it, in the States when she was working for Trump, didn't she? She said that we could be spied on through our fridges and microwaves. There you go.
I don't think my fridge has that capability.
And I don't think mine does either.
Perhaps we have an old-fashioned fridge. It just keeps things cold. Is it an underperforming fridge?
Well, maybe so. It's certainly not haunted. We're out of time, you two. But it's been very good to see you both this morning. Thank you very much indeed. Perhaps next time, well, maybe next week or next time you're back on, we can talk about fake bacon being so good the French butchers are wanting to ban it. Woohoo! There you go.
I like a bit of fake bacon.
I like a bit of fake bacon. Meant to be better.
Now, if I go now, is it all right?
You can.
Hang on. No, he can't go yet.
No, you can.
Can he?
You can.
He wants
It's
to
fine.
walk
Your
off.
show, Steve.
Yeah,
He doesn't get to walk on, so he wants to walk off.
You can swap sides, you can do whatever you like now, because we're done with you. Good to see you both. Thank you very much indeed. Now, coming up today at 10 o'clock, we've got that exclusive sit-down with Rishi Sunak. He said, well, lots of people have sat down with Rishi Sunak recently. That is true. The difference here is he's talking about something that hasn't been discussed before in this leadership election, and that is how to deal with grooming gangs.
We've got a big Saturday for you on GB News. From 6 a.m, it's Breakfast with Stephen and Anne. At 10, join Saturday Morning with Esther and Phil. Alistair, Darren and Nana take you through the day. And don't miss Neil Oliver Live at 6 p.m. At 8, it's the Ministry of Offence. And at 9, it's Mark Dolan Tonight, followed by Headliners. That's Saturday on GB News.
Oh, well, there you go. That wasn't what we were expecting to show you. We were expecting you to give you a little tease about Rishi Sunak, but you can hear that full interview with Rishi Sunak with Esther and Phil at 10 o'clock this morning. In the meantime, there's a nice shot of me, I thought, at the beginning of that, laughing.
It was, yeah, very
Having a nice time.
Yes,
there you go. What's not to love?
It was still good to see you, Stephen.
Thank you very much indeed.
Well, now let's get straight...
Promoing myself is a bit, that's a bit vain, isn't it? Showbiz time.
Yeah, we're going to get into the world of showbiz now with our resident entertainment reporter, Stephanie Tetchy. Stephanie, morning. How are you?
This is very nice. Cream. It's like cream special.
Yeah. It always looks beautiful.
Oh, my dad was like, you look like you're going to a wedding. I was like, thanks.
I got told we look like we're getting married. Today.
Well, maybe TV marriage today.
Why not?
It does look that way.
Why not? Well, there ain't no marriage for Kim Kardashian and Pete Davidson.
No, and they said it wouldn't last, and they were right.
An odd match, Steph.
It was from the start. Like, they've been together 9 months. I actually thought they would be together much more longer, but it was confirmed last night that they've split. I think Kim was the one to do the dumping, maybe. But Pete's been away in Australia working on a new film called Wizards, so what's being blamed for them breaking up is that they've just had too much time apart. They said they're going to be friends. There's been no official statement. So at the moment, it's all been sources, hearsay and all that stuff. People are like, Kanye West is going to be so happy because he literally had a breakdown when they got together. But sources say that Kim is still pressing on with the divorce from Kanye. So there will be no reunion for Kim and Kanye, but for her and Pete, they're split. But the thing is...
What was the appeal of Pete Davidson?
Oh, my God.
$1 million question.
You know what? He's had a lot of celebrity women. I can't say on breakfast TV, but there are some things about him that's quite appealing to women.
I've filled in Stephen before we came on air.
But he's done the mistake of he's got the tattoo of Kim and her kids tattooed on him.
No.
So I'm like, why would you do that after 9 months? And for
He does that with all of his exes.
Yeah.
He's got stacks of tattoos from each of them.
Yeah.
All personalised. What does he do, Steph? Just cover them over?
I don't know what he... Well, he has enough money to get them covered over, but I'm just like, why go through that pain just for it to come off? Especially not someone you're married to. So it's
a bit early to get that
Yeah,
sort of thing
maybe
done.
he's one of those people, he likes the idea of love, but when he gets into the honeymoon period's over, he's out as well, so...
It does fascinate me because he's a very funny-looking character, isn't
he? He is. He's funny. I think that could be a part of his appeal. He's quite funny, so
Well, he's a comedian,
everyone likes someone who can make them laugh, so maybe that's it. But when it's not so funny, who knows how Pete is really like?
Well, I was going to say it's a shame. It's a showbiz relation. I mean, so it must have been... If he had his tattoos done, he must have thought it was going to last the distance.
Definitely.
It does it with everyone, Stephen.
Yeah, and he got the kids as well. So it's like maybe he was trying to show he was committed to them, but
he wasn't.
Yeah. I wonder who Kim's going to date next.
Oh, I dread to think.
See, single Kim, anything's happened now in Hollywood.
I hadn't realised the divorce
She might get an Englishman.
Oh, she might do.
Yeah, I wonder if Englishmen like Kim Kardashian.
Do a Taylor
like that.
Swift and move to London, maybe. We'll have to see.
Patrick Christie's.
Is he single?
Oh, I don't know.
You can't be offering him up like that.
Maybe Aidan and Kim could make a good couple. Yeah.
Oh,
Let's ask him, shall we? When he's in later, we'll see if we can set it up. You can do the chat.
I will do.
With him, get the match
you
going.
introduce him. There you go. You heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen.
That would be good, actually. I'd love to see that. Steph, we're also talking about Strictly Come Dancing.
Yeah.
We were talking about it yesterday, but it's that time of year again. We're getting this lineup. What do we know so far?
So now we've had a fourth contestant who's been confirmed, and it's Kay McAdams. Did I get her name?
No, Adams. Just Adams.
Kay Adams. I was like getting confused.
No, but she's Scottish, so you should put them looking.
Kay Adams. Sorry. She was confirmed as the fourth contestant on Strictly. She had been keeping it a surprise from her Loose Women panel. She said it was a hard secret to keep to herself, but she's really looking forward to it. So we've had 3 other contestants. So yesterday was Richie Anderson. And Richie Anderson, why he's a special person to have a part of the lineup is he's going to be doing the all-male partnership like last year. So last year was when we saw it for the first time with Johan and John, and it worked really well. So they're going to be doing it again for a second season.
They're going to do that every year then?
Yeah, but I'm just like, if you've got to... Oh, Stephen, what's that face about?
I liked it.
What is your fate? What's that about, Stephen?
No, I'm just not... Do you know what? I'm just not convinced.
No.
It just seems a bit tokenistic to me.
Well,
rather than just saying, your traditional ballroom dancing tends to be a man and a woman. And and as someone who has a husband, I sort of think, well, what's wrong with that?
Yeah, I do get that, but they made it work.
Good.
They made it work and it was entertaining. They broke barriers. But my problem is, if you've got 2 men together, why can't they have 2 women together? If you're going to do that...
Did they try that last year?
I don't think they did. No. Maybe they might have tried behind the screens and it just didn't work, but...
So I think that would be harder to do, in terms of like the lifts and leading. I mean, I don't know how you do that with 2 women.
Yeah, I do think that
with the 2 men, actually, I was the same as you, actually. I didn't think it would work, but I think especially with the contemporary stuff, 2 men actually looked incredible.
It did.
They were both really strong and...
We're going to put you up for ballroom dancing, Stephen. You and the husband.
No. No. It's funny. I mean, I'm not like... Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying, it definitely shouldn't be done like that. I'm just saying, it just strikes me, because they're going to have, a same-sex couple every season. It just seems a bit...
Sometimes I think, do they do this just for the headlines, or is it something they really want to break barriers and show it could be done? There is a thin line between that, and I do agree with you on that.
I don't know. Kay Adams, I like Kay Adams.
Yeah.
I don't know her, I've never met the woman. But from watching her on TV, she always comes across as a sort of nice person.
Yeah, she does, but... As well, I feel like Strictly, they always have the same formula each year. They always get someone from Loose Women. They'll get the older person. They're going to get the black person. They're going to get the LGBT person. So it's like, I want someone shocking for the rest of the candidates they have out.
To shake it all up again.
There's a comedy contestant.
Yeah,
I know. It's a bit formulaic.
Yeah, definitely.
This one's a little bit of a worry. It's just caught my eye.
What's that?
So we're in a cost-living crisis. I mean, I've just made that sound really dramatic. It's actually not that dramatic. But Leonardo DiCaprio, obviously a Hollywood actor, received £116,000 a month from the Department for Environment, Food and Rural Affairs.
Yeah, so that was actually a story I've been working on this week, actually, and I was quite shocked to see that, because we are living a cost of living crisis, and the Department for Environment, Food and Rural Affairs, they've given them a grant to Leonardo DiCaprio's charity Rewild, and they've signed up for a 3-year deal, but in a 1 month alone, they paid the charity £116. And where is that money going to? It's going to help save some buffaloes in the Philippines. And Leonardo DiCaprio is worth over £200 million. He's been contributing to the fund as well. But when I saw that yesterday, because I've been working on the story, I was like, this is just ridiculous. Like, you've got children out here who are going to food banks and can't eat, and we're using all that money.
116 grand to help.
Don't get me wrong.
To help. Dwarf buffaloes in the Philippines. I'm not sure. I'm not saying they shouldn't be helped. But at the minute...
No, and that money...
But if they're going to be helped, would they not be helped by environment charities, not from our government?
Well,
I don't know, I'm not sure that's the right place for government money to be going.
Usually they don't do it. They don't help outside help, but they've got this one particular scheme where the Darwinism scheme, where they do contribute to an international aid like this, and I just thought it's just ridiculous.
It just doesn't sit right.
No, it doesn't.
Stephanie, thank you.
I'll be back.
You will be back.
We'll be back.
At 9:30, you're coming back in.
Yes.
So we'll see you then. Thank you very much indeed. Don't you go anywhere. We've got lots more coming up in just a moment.
Morning. If you have to rainfall this weekend, it's not good news. Certainly for most of England and Wales, it's going to be a dry weekend with sunny spells. A bit chilly out there first thing this morning. It is going to turn warmer, more especially as we go into next week. High pressure is moving in, keeping things mostly dry, certainly for England and Wales. We do have this weather front, however, which is trickling across Scotland, bringing some light rain and drizzle here and there. Always likely to stay fairly damp through today across northernmost parts of Scotland, but elsewhere through central and southern Scotland and Northern Ireland, just a few showers scattered about, really. For the majority across England and Wales, it's staying dry. Quite a bit of cloud over northern parts of England, North Wales, but lengthy spells of sunshine across the south. And it's here where, after a bit of a chilly start this morning, temperatures will pick up this afternoon to 24, 25 degrees. Cooler conditions further north. But if it brightens up in eastern Scotland, we could get temperatures back up to 20 Celsius late in the day. Overnight, we'll keep outbreaks of rain going over the Northern Isles and the Western Isles, northern parts of the Highlands. Elsewhere, again, the vast majority will be dry and clear. And again, reasonably comfortable night, certainly fresher than it was earlier on in the week, with temperatures in some spots down into single figures. Another fine day to come then on Sunday for most of England and Wales. Western parts of Scotland keeping the cloud, outbreaks of rain and drizzle on and off here. But a brighter day across Aberdeenshire, down through to the borders, some sunny spells. And I think it'll stay dry and bright across Northern Ireland too. With that wet weather in the far northwest, temperatures again suppressed somewhat here. But elsewhere, temperatures a little higher tomorrow, more widely over 20 Celsius, and in the south, 25, the southeast, maybe 27 degrees Celsius. High pressure then, the dominant feature through the weekend and beyond. This high will keep things dry for many well into next week, and as you can see, we're expecting the temperatures to rise further next week as well.
We are GB News.
We're right across this great nation.
On TV.
On radio.
On digital. Absolutely everywhere.
We don't talk down to you.
We embrace all voices with honest and civilised conversation.
We are not part of the establishment.
We're one of you.
And we're only getting started.
Join us on GB News,
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel. Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
My name's Tom Harwood, and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today.
I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory, twice baked.
Is there not an opportunity here to win out against the extremes?
Tom Harwood, GB News.
What are you going to do about it?
Things should have been done differently, and they certainly are being done differently.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, 9:30 Monday to Friday on GB News.
Where would you like to go?
Just take me to the studio, please, mate. You know where you're going. I've got a show to do. Friday Night Feast on GB News, 7 p.m. And it's like nothing you've ever seen before. We take a different angle on the week's biggest news stories. The viewers and listeners set me some absolutely mad challenges to do. We tried to rehome a rescue dog. And yes, there's some other wacky stuff in there as well. I feel like I could take on the world. Well, that's that. Friday Night Feast with me, Patrick Christie's, every Friday, 7 till 9 p.m. on GB News. Be there.
Activists interrupt the latest leadership hustings to protest against the government's climate policy.
Good morning, it's 9 o'clock on Saturday the 6th of August. This is Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Ellie.
We are live across the whole of the UK. We're on your TV, on your radio and online. So wherever you are and whatever you're up to today, you can take us out and about with you.
You can't escape us. Here's what's waking up to you this morning.
Here's what?
Here's what you're waking up to this morning.
The right words, Ellie, just in the wrong order.
Oh, dear.
It's fine,
Right,
fine.
Liz Truss was interrupted by Green activists in the latest Tory leadership hustings. Once the protesters were removed, Liz Truss said she would introduce new legislation to stop what she called militant activists slowing down the country.
Elsewhere, Rishi Sunak has said his party can kiss goodbye to winning the next election unless they get inflation under control. He's also come under fire, though, for a leaked clip in which he said he diverted public money from deprived urban areas.
And in a GB News exclusive, Rishi Sunak has told Esther and Philip that the government has failed to focus on grooming gangs in rural towns across the country. Mr Sunak has promised tougher action on these criminals if elected as Prime Minister.
For too long, we just haven't focused on this issue, Philip, and it's a horrific crime that is affecting actually not just girls in a few places, it's far more pervasive across the country than actually we all realise.
We'd love to hear from you this morning. Do get... What were you wanting to do this
I was
bit?
going to read that and then you...
No!
Oh, we don't know what's going on.
No, I don't know who said it. I'm going to take it. GBViews at gbnews.uk, or you can tweet us at GBnews. Anything you want to talk about today, we would love to hear from you.
And if you're watching us online or on our YouTube page, you can also subscribe for free to stay up to date on all of the highlights from across today's show.
We were talking about cycling today. There's Grant Shapps, the Transport Secretary, has come out with apparently, if you, as a cyclist, if you knock a pedestrian over and kill them, which must happen very, very rarely, but nonetheless it has happened in the past, the maximum prison sentence you can get is 2 years. So he wants to change that, so there would be death by dangerous cycling as a rule. So it would make that a bit more sort of palatable.
It's an incredible loophole that was even the case, don't you think? 2 years.
It's extraordinary.
For life.
But David says, morning, I think it's time for cyclists to have compulsory insurance. That's something Grant Shapps should be looking at. Yeah, possibly.
Yeah, I saw another. Here it is. Colin. Colin says, good morning to you, Colin. As well as clamping down on these cyclists, let's clamp down on the people on mobility scooters as well. Make third-party insurance compulsory, as Colin agrees there on that point.
Dave's had a bit of an experience. Morning to you. He says, walking through Hereford in a pedestrian area and someone on a bike came hurtling from behind me. His pedal caught my trouser leg, ripping it and putting a cut in my calf.
Oh.
And he just rode off.
Yeah, not good at all. And I mean, they are in the minority, but many of you are getting in touch now saying that you've had close shaves with cyclists. So perhaps Grant Shapps is onto something here, trying to stop people who are reckless on their bikes.
Just balancing it out. You don't want to demonise cyclists, because most cyclists, as we said, are good cyclists and follow the rules of the road and all the rest of it. But there's got to be more sanctions for those who don't. You can be done for drunken cycling.
Can you?
Because someone I went to school with, which is a very long time ago, but they got pulled over cycling drunk and got a fine or something like that. They got it done, yeah.
Oh wow.
They get done.
But it makes sense, doesn't it? I mean, you are going at speed, and that's the point here. That if you were to hit someone on a bike at speed, you could kill them. You almost forget that, don't you? With cycling. But yes, lots of you have been in touch on cycling. We've also been talking about sleep and, of course, Archie Battersby. Very sad news that his life support machine can be switched off from 10 o'clock this morning. So, of course, our thoughts are with his family. It's been a real legal battle to get to this point. First, they didn't want the life support machine to be switched off. Now, there was a legal issue this week about where Archie should die. They lost that legal bid as well. So Archie's life support machine will now be switched off at a hospital, and he will pass away surrounded by his family at that hospital at some stage, and nobody knows whether it could be minutes, hours, even days after that life support gets switched off. But it's clearly something that's affected lots of you. John says, "Today my thoughts and prayers are with Archie's family. This is so heartbreaking. I can't imagine what his family must be going through. I'm sending my prayers and thoughts to his family, and I will be thinking of them today." We've had another one here from Avril. She says, "My husband suffered a cardiac arrest. Our son kept up CPR until paramedics arrived. At hospital, we were told he wouldn't be revived, and he was brain damaged. 3 years later, he is here with us all. He's not brain damaged. He's the same loving, funny man that he has always been." Well, Avril, I'm very happy that your husband came home. But unfortunately, that there is no happy ending in the Archie Battersby story, and it is a very, very sad day for his family. And we do send our love, of course, to the Battersby family.
Yeah, we do, and I think the way John puts it, the way he put it, John, is just absolutely right. And whatever our personal thoughts are on what has happened and what is going to, you've just got to send your love and best wishes to them as they go through this terrible few days. As I said, it's not when the end is going to come now, but let's hope it's peaceful and restful for Archie.
Yeah, and I hope the family can find peace, and it's going to take a long time. I mean, even Holly Dance, speaking to the press this week, says she's going to need a lot of serious therapy after everything that she has been through, but I really hope they can eventually find peace, and they will have the space as well to grieve, because it's just very, very sad. So on the front of the Daily Express today, it's really a story that has gripped the nation, hasn't it?
It's awful. Anyway, look, let's turn our attention to politics. Should we, to begin with? And Rishi Sunak has defended some comments he made in a leaked video where he says he diverted public money from deprived urban areas.
Yeah, speaking at the latest hustings event in Eastbourne, Mr Sunak insisted his plan is to alter the formula to help both urban towns and rural areas. Meanwhile, Liz Truss's speech was disrupted by activists who criticised her climate policy.
Well, as the two Tory leadership hopefuls continue their race to number 10, Rishi Sunak has exclusively told Esther and Phil here on GB News how political correctness is affecting the way that grooming gangs are tackled in Britain. And he says he will address the problem if he becomes Prime Minister.
I think for too long, we just haven't focused on this issue. And we all know the reason that people don't focus on it. It's because of political correctness. And they're scared of calling out the fact that there's a particular group of people who are perpetuating these crimes. And I think that's wrong. And I want to change that as Prime Minister. So what I've said is we'll have a new task force at the National Crime Agency that's focused on this. We will have a requirement for police forces everywhere to prioritise this. I want to make sure that all police forces record the ethnicity of those involved, which currently is not done because people don't want to do that. And I want to create a brand new life sentence for those involved in grooming with very limited options for parole.
Well, that full interview will be played from 10 o'clock with Esther and Phil here on GB News, so don't miss it.
Well, earlier we heard from the director of the Orthodox Conservatives, Joseph Robertson, on how both candidates have fared so far in this race.
What we're seeing is a back and forth. One will come out with one policy issue and the other will try to counter that with their own sort of thing. I think Liz is winning on the tax debate, so now Rishi's turning to the cultural issues as a way of trying to squeeze some more votes from the areas that maybe wouldn't generally support him from the membership. So I think what we're seeing is lots of tossing and turning. Both candidates are kind of backtracking on things that they've done in their time as ministers. And they're having a hard time of trying to find enough countermeasures to make them popular.
You say that Rishi Sunak is now tackling cultural issues. You can see there that exclusive interview with GB News where he's talking about grooming gangs, saying they're not spoken about often enough. He thinks because of political correctness. What's your reaction to that?
Well, I think he's right, but I don't know if his coming out with this now is necessarily the most authentic way of going about things. I think he probably could have come out with something in his time when he already had a measure of power over the last few years to discuss this kind of issue. And this is always the problem I find, is that when it's time to be leader, promises are made. And when it's time to actually do a job, promises generally aren't kept. So what we need to see now is some measure of accountability. If Rishi's genuinely going to put that plan in place, where's his advisory team ahead of time? You know, where are the measures that are going to be taken to actually implement something like that? I think with someone like Liz, she's got an issue on her hands because she's trying to put a moratorium on the green levies. She was the one who introduced them. But at least she is sort of saying something that's actionable policy instead of a sweeping statement, which is what I think Rishi tends to do more of.
And do you think Conservative Party members want to hear about the tackling of grooming gangs? Is that something that's going to win votes at this stage?
Absolutely. But I think the two primary most important things are tax and immigration. So I think that's what the voter base is going to be looking at. And I think in the tax regard, Liz, her most quotable moment for me was saying that you can't tax your way out of, inflation. And I think that's something Rishi just hasn't grasped yet. So I think that's going to do her a lot of good in that respect. I think in terms of immigration, they've got similar sort of approaches, but Liz has taken a harder line, saying we're going to go against the European Convention on Human Rights if we have to. There's quite strong talk, and that's going to connect more with the grassroots of the party, who may be supporting Kemi or Suella to start with. They both wanted to take us out of the ECHR or do something to tackle that. So I think Liz will be winning over that sort of more traditional side of the party, and Rishi's sort of winning over the Remainer side of the party.
Which is interesting, because that's... Look, also, he's made this comment, which has been leaked, about funding for certain areas. Let's just have a look at the clip.
To start changing the funding formulas to make sure that areas like this are getting the funding that they deserve. Because we inherited a bunch of formulas from the Labour Party that shoved all the funding into deprived urban areas. Then that needed to be undone. I started the work of undoing that.
Now, that's controversial, is it? And you can understand the audience he's talking to, and there is sections of the country that think we aren't getting the help we need because it's all being prioritised somewhere else.
Sure.
So I can understand the argument he's making. Let's be balanced about it. But it's about optics. It's about saying Labour shoved this money somewhere and I'm reversing it. Now, that does not look good.
No, it doesn't. And also that's coming out the mouth of a man who wanted to talk about levelling up most of the time that he was on stage over the last couple of years. So if you're going to talk about levelling up, but secretly you're taking away money from the communities that you're trying to level up, well, it doesn't really matter where that money's going. That's not going to win you votes, is it? And I think the broader picture is that we're going ahead into 2024, and the Tory party has to think, well, do they want to stay in power at this point? Who are they trying to connect with? I don't think Rishi is going to connect with the Red Wall. I don't think he's going to give them anything that is really going to be putting bread on their tables. I think Liz has proven that she's willing to try and cut tax in areas that's going to help the self-employed, that's going to help small businesses, that's going to boost growth from the grassroots up. And I think Rishi is just failing to show empathy at this stage. And that is very key when it comes to the broader picture of a national election.
Almost 5 million views on that video, that clip that we just showed you. Some critics saying that this is now the end of Rishi Sunak's campaign. He can't come back from this. Do you think that could be the case?
I've said all the way through, I just don't think he's going to have enough public support for him to be the right leader for the country. I don't think he connects with the right areas of the public. And hopefully the party can see that if they want to win in 2024, he's just not going to be the man for the job. It's almost more Blairite kind of talk that's coming. It's very polished, it's very slick, but it just doesn't connect with real people.
What do you think about that? GBViews at gbnews.uk. On the grooming issue, which is what he's talking to GB News about, Carmel says, I agree with Maggie Oliver, who we spoke to in the last hour. Rishi Sunak has never raised the topic before, but now he's seen that it's trending. He thought he'd better jump on the bandwagon by taking a leaf out of Sir Keir Starmer's playbook. And Harper says Rishi should be wearing a cowboy hat, given the times he's attempted to jump on the bandwagon for a fistful of votes.
Sarah says, morning, you two. Good morning, Sarah. I have a certain distaste for both candidates, considering one is an MP favourite and the other seems to have gotten to the end by default. I live in Warrington and I have a strong suspicion that Labour will do well in the next election, regardless of who is elected as PM.
Yeah, is Labour doing well enough to do this? Is Keir Starmer cutting through enough? They do say, of course, parties don't win elections, governments lose them. So perhaps we are just hitting that point in the political cycle I don't know. Dean says, hello from Aberdeen. Hello, Aberdeen. Hello, Granite City. Beautiful up there. I personally find Liz Truss very unappealing. I'm a union man through and through. But she can't go around telling people to ignore the SNP. They're democratically elected, and she should respect the people's wishes more, unless she wants to lose what little support she has north of the border. She has been, to be fair, she has been very antagonistic towards the SNP and to Nicola Sturgeon. Just ignore her, sort of thing. And I mean, as Dean says, he's a unionist. He doesn't, you know, he doesn't want what the SNP is offering. But they're democratically elected. I mean, huge mandate up there. So maybe you're right, Dean.
Yeah.
Can't just dismiss people. It's all about, well, as we say, it's about all views, all perspectives.
Exactly, and respecting every side as well. Terry's been in touch. Good morning to you, Terry. He says the sun is rising across London, and me and my wife love watching you both. We want to see this combo as we go on. Sending our love to Anne too, and we're sending our love to Anne as well. She's in Belfast.
In Belfast at the minute. She was at the Titanic thing yesterday.
Exhibition.
She sent me some lovely pictures.
Oh, lovely. She's had a great holiday.
Apparently there's a hotel up there as well, which is all Titanic themed.
Really?
Which
I'd love to go
nice.
to that.
I want to know where Martin is, because you haven't told us, Martin, but he says, I'm watching from a nice... Archie. He's wearing... now, does this mean I'm watching from a sunny, nice veranda, or does he mean I'm watching from a sunny veranda in Nice?
Yeah. You might answer your own question there, my friend. Yeah.
It's like nice biscuits.
Yeah, Martin, we
which are
think you're in
biscuits.
Nice, but do let us know.
In Nice. I love having Ellie on the programme. A refreshing and youthful buzz added to the great lineup. Youthful. What trying to say about me? Martin, just because I can't read properly and wasn't sure if you were just having a nice time.
I was struggling to read there, actually. So.
Did you like Nice biscuits? Nice biscuits?
Love Nice biscuits. Nice. You're confusing
Do you call them nice biscuits?
They're nice biscuits. Nice is the place.
No, but they are Nice. But they are Nice biscuits.
Stop it.
No, it's true. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, Nice.
I've been saying it wrong my
whole life. Yeah, there you go. You learn something new every day.
Biscuits.
They are Nice biscuits.
I thought they were called nice biscuits because they taste nice. I can't be the only one.
No.
Someone back me up here.
No.
No, so they're named after Nice the place, not the taste.
Yeah, the biscuits from Nice.
Every day is a school day.
Well, there you go. Have they got bits of coconut in them?
Yeah,
Like
that's why I like them.
desiccated
I love
coconut.
coconut.
There you go. Producer's going, yes, I have.
Yes. Get on with the show, is what they're saying.
It's a key issue of the day. I haven't had one for years.
We should get some in.
Might get some, dunk them in the tea. That'd be very nice. Anyway, there you go.
Note to producers.
Favourite biscuits? Get in touch. gbviews@gbnews.uk.
That's a debate, isn't it? OK, let's bring you up to date. As we were just talking about, Archie Battersby's parents are said to be devastated after exhausting all legal avenues to extend his care. Life support for the 12-year-old, who's been in a coma since April, is due to be withdrawn at 10 o'clock this morning. It's after the European Court of Human Rights said it would not intervene following a High Court ruling that said he can't be moved to a hospice.
Liz Truss says she would help people with the cost of living crisis by lowering taxes and not giving out handouts. Speaking to the Financial Times, she said she would look at what more can be done to help with rising fuel bills, but would do things in a conservative way if she becomes Prime Minister.
The NHS 111 service have warned of delays due to a computer system outage caused by a cyber attack. It's affecting the system used to refer patients for care, including the dispatches of ambulances and emergency prescriptions. There's indications that this issue may not be fully resolved until next week.
OK, let's get a bit more on the politics for you. We can find out what Liz Truss's supporters are making of what we're seeing so far. Let's talk to Jake Berry, who's the MP for Rosendale and Darwen, and Liz Truss back. Good morning to you. Good to see you. I mean, look, did the protesters have a bit of a point?
Which protesters?
Things last night.
Look, at all leadership elections, you get people who want to push different agendas. What I've been really clear about is that, Liz is the right person to unite our party and, crucially, from our point of view, to take on Jeremy Corbyn and Keir Starmer even and beat him. And that's why I'm supporting her. And I think whatever happens at the hustings and, whatever things people are pushing, it's about policy that matters and the person.
Liz Truss did react instinctively to that invasion last night of the stage by those climate protesters. She said, "I would legislate immediately to make sure we are standing up to militant trade unions." And she said, "I will never, ever allow our democracy to be disrupted by unfair protests." So what do you think of the way that she handled herself, Liz Truss handled herself after that?
Well,
and any idea of what she meant by how she would handle these unfair protests?
Well, I think what it demonstrates is that she's a natural and human politician. One of the reasons I backed her is she's a real woman of action. Maybe an action woman, we should call her, after last night's performance. And, certainly I think she reacted in the right way, but more broadly on the point of protests and particularly the strikes that we're going to see crippling our country again next week, she's been really clear that she wants to increase thresholds for trade union action. She wants to make it much tougher for people to bring our country to a standstill. Look, there are many countries around the world where if you work on infrastructure, striking is in fact illegal. Now, Liz Truss is absolutely not proposing that, and it is not a government policy, but it does show that there are different ways of dealing with it. Families trying to get away this summer have had their plans massively disruptive to go, this is the first real free summer since COVID. I think it's deeply irresponsible of these strike actions, and I think Liz has absolutely got what it takes to take on the unions and win.
It's one thing to make a strong point. It's another thing to say you can't have strikes that aren't disruptive, because non-disruptive strikes aren't strikes, are they? I mean, it's the whole point is that they need to catch the headlines. They need to be disrupting people, otherwise they lose their impact.
Yeah, absolutely. And the point I'm making isn't that people won't be able to strike, but it should be a very high threshold because of the disruption that people face. Look, my nephew was unable to take one of his GCSEs because he couldn't get to schools. People, I think, not seen family for 2 years because of COVID, who were hoping to reunite this summer, are having their plans disrupted. I actually think that a lot of this strike action, if you look at the consequences, is deeply, deeply cruel. And, it's having huge negative impacts on people's lives. People are free to strike, but it should be a very high threshold, and that's what Liz Truss has committed to create.
I tell you what else she's said, which is quite interesting, is she said she's going to deal with the fuel crisis in a very conservative way. What on earth does that mean?
Well, I would guess it would be part of how, she's approaching this entire leadership election, which is to say that, the government is taking too much money away from us in tax. The best way of helping people deal with the cost of living crisis, whether it's fuel or anything else, is to enable people to keep more money in their pocket in the first place rather than taking it away from them. She's been absolutely clear when it comes to energy that she's going to put a temporary stop on the levies, which will save a family in excess of £150 on top of the help that has already been announced, £1,200 for low-income families. But her approach is a Conservative approach, but we are a Conservative government, and that is why, by being Conservatives, she is best placed to take on Keir Starmer and to unite our party after this election.
OK, Jake Berry, good to see you. Thank you.
Well, there's lots more to come, including top tips on keeping your electronic car key fob safe. That's after this.
Morning. If you have to rainfall this weekend, it's not good news. Certainly for most of England and Wales, it's going to be a dry weekend with sunny spells. A bit chilly out there first thing this morning. It is going to turn warmer, more especially as we go into next week. High pressure is moving in, keeping things mostly dry, certainly for England and Wales. We do have this weather front, however, which is trickling across Scotland, bringing some light rain and drizzle here and there. Always likely to stay fairly damp through today across northernmost parts of Scotland, but elsewhere through central and southern Scotland and Northern Ireland, just a few showers scattered about, really. For the majority across England and Wales, It's staying dry. Quite a bit of cloud over northern parts of England, North Wales, but lengthy spells of sunshine across the south. And it's here where, after a bit of a chilly start this morning, temperatures will pick up this afternoon to 24, 25 degrees. Cooler conditions further north. But if it brightens up in eastern Scotland, we could get temperatures back up to 20 Celsius late in the day. Overnight, we'll keep outbreaks of rain going over the Northern Isles and the Western Isles, northern parts of the Highlands. Elsewhere, again, the vast majority will be dry and clear. And again, reasonably comfortable night, certainly fresher than it was earlier on in the week, with temperatures in some spots down into single figures. Another fine day to come then on Sunday for most of England and Wales. Western parts of Scotland keeping the cloud, outbreaks of rain and drizzle on and off here. But a brighter day across Aberdeenshire, down through to the borders, some sunny spells. And I think it'll stay dry and bright across Northern Ireland too. With that wet weather in the far northwest, temperatures again suppressed somewhat here. But elsewhere, temperatures a little higher tomorrow, more widely over 20 Celsius, and in the south, 25, the southeast, maybe 27 degrees Celsius. High pressure then, the dominant feature through the weekend and beyond. This high will keep things dry for many well into next week, and as you can see, we're expecting the temperatures to rise further next week as well.
The man who wants to be the Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak, sits down with me, Esther McVeigh and Philip Davis this Saturday. Don't miss it. Does the former Chancellor have what it takes to beat his rival, Liz Truss? Can he regain the momentum he's lost over the last couple of weeks? All questions and all answers put to the Tory leadership hopeful, Rishi Sunak, today at 10 a.m. on GB News. Don't miss it. It's the People's Channel.
We are GB News.
We're right across this great nation.
On TV.
On radio.
On digital. Absolutely everywhere.
We don't talk down to you.
We embrace all voices with honest and civilised conversation.
We are not part of the establishment.
We're one of you.
And we're only getting started.
Join us on GB News,
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel. Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
My name's Tom Harwood, and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today.
I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory, twice baked.
Is there not an opportunity here to win out against the extremes?
Tom Harwood, GB News.
What are you going to do about it?
Things should have been done differently, and they certainly are being done differently.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, 9:30 Monday to Friday on GB News.
Where would you like to go?
Just take me to the studio, please, mate. You know where you're going. I've got a show to do. Friday Night Feast on GB News, 7 p.m. And it's like nothing you've ever seen before. We take a different angle on the week's biggest news stories. The viewers and listeners set me some absolutely mad challenges to do. We tried to rehome a rescue dog. And yes, there's some other wacky stuff in there as well. I feel like I could take on the world. Well, that's that. Friday Night Feast with me, Patrick Christie's, every Friday, 7 till 9 p.m. on GB News. Be there.
It's 9:29. Good morning. You're watching and listening to Breakfast with Stephen and Elizabeth, believe it or not.
Oh, don't do that to me now. I wouldn't have shared it with you if you were going to run with it. Ellie. It's Ellie to you and me. Elizabeth to my doctor.
Oh, there you go.
That's about it, I think. Dentist sometimes as well. But no, don't like Elizabeth. Do like Ellie. OK, we're talking cars now. Car keys, car fobs. Stephen's got a fancy car, so you've got a car fob.
Got a car. It's like keyless entry, as they call it.
Yeah, see, my car's not fancy enough for that.
You've still got a wind-up handle at the front, haven't you?
Pretty much, yeah. Do you remember those?
Yeah. No.
Like cardio to open your window. Anyway, we're delirious at this point. But apparently the age of car keys is coming to an end. Many of us, like Stephen, have fobs with buttons on that lock and unlock your car. So you don't even need to press anything, do you, Stephen? You just
No,
walk up to it, you were telling
just
me
walk
earlier.
up to it.
Yeah, but it does leave you vulnerable, apparently.
Apparently, yes. Now, a rise in motor crime has seen 100,000 cars stolen last year. So to combat this, the boss of the AA has said you should keep your car fob in a pouch, in a box, or, helpfully, in a microwave. Let's talk to broadcaster and car dealer Danny Kelly, who joins us now. Danny, you can't sell many cars that don't have a fob these days. Should we really be keeping our fobs in the microwave?
Well, I keep my key fob in the fridge, believe it or not.
No.
Yeah, I do, because it's so simple and straightforward and more common than people think about how people are stealing cars in the middle of the night or actually in the middle of the afternoon in retail car parks in the West Midlands. It's quite a phenomenon. Basically, how it works, if your key fob allows you to open your car without actually unlocking your car, then your key fob is vulnerable to being hacked. If your key fob doesn't allow you to enter the car but allows you to start the car when you're in the car, then your key fob is not vulnerable to being hacked. And the equipment that these thieves use, Stephen, it's not cheap. It's about £8,000 or £10,000, but they can easily recoup that after a couple of high-end car thefts, like Edmund King, the president of the AA. His wife had a £50,000 Lexus, which is probably now either in Cyprus or in Nigeria. And there is a Faraday effect where if you keep it encased in microwave metal, or in my case, a fridge, they can't interpret and harvest those codes which they need in order to. It's a two-man job. How it works is basically someone, for example, if someone wants to steal my BMW M5 outside, and they probably would, what they'd need to do is they'd need to have someone buy the car with one bit of equipment, mimicking my key, and they'd have someone by my front door trying to harvest the codes, emitting constantly from the key. They would hope that my key was maybe by the front door or on the steps leading upstairs. And so they would leave without any success. It's so much more common, even in the middle of the afternoon, if the thieves are in a car park and they see a high-end, let's speak about high-end Lexuses, if they see a high-end Lexus pull up, then all they will do is quite simply harvest the key details by standing close to the man or woman, whilst the thief, the second guy with the more expensive £10,000 laptop, is actually in the car, and they've copied the keys, and by the time they've gone into Waitrose to do their weekly food shop, they're in their car and they're driving away.
I mean, it's one thing to then look at, I mean, understandably, you'll look after your key at home, but as you say, this could be, you can't carry about a metal box necessarily to keep your key fob in when you're going to the shops, popping to the supermarket.
No, but you can buy a Faraday pouch relatively cost effectively for about £8 or £10. It's not metal, but it's lined with a form of metal. So it's a very soft to the touch, felt type material, but inside there is a layer of, I'm guessing, metal or aluminium or something, and you quite simply pop your key in the pouch when you get out. But you're right, Stephen. The insinuation is correct. You're having to go to all of these really laborious and actually taking technology back 20 years where you're having to hide your key in a little pouch.
I mean, let's be honest, people aren't going to want to do it. I mean, they don't want the car to be nicked, but keyless entry is often an optional extra. You know, it costs you a great chunk of money to have it on the vehicle, so you're then not going to want to disengage that option by putting it in a pouch or whatever.
Stephen and Ellie, it is the laziest option you can possibly have on a car. And Stephen, I'm disappointed in you because I always had you down as a rather energetic young man, not someone who just casually walks up to the car door and pushes a button and enters the door. So, yeah, you can get it deactivated. I personally wish my car didn't have it on, but you can get it deactivated. It's pointless. No wonder we're all getting fatter in my personal view, and lazier because we can't even be bothered to get our thumb out and push a button.
Yeah, Stephen, that's you told.
You might have a point. I've just ordered a new. I haven't swapped my car, so I've just ordered a new one and I've made sure I've got keyless entry on it. because I love it. I love it.
But you're not worried about people coming and stealing it from you.
Wow.
Keep the new keys in the fridge.
Oh, in the fridge. There you go.
Warned.
I'll never find them ever again. Look, it's really good to see you, Daddy. Thanks for the advice.
Thank you both. Nice to see you both. Thank you.
And you. He's a man who knows his stuff.
He does.
To be fair. There you go. Look, we've got all the sport and all the showbiz coming up with the Breakfast family, Aidan and Stephanie, in a couple of minutes.
We are GB News.
We're right across this great nation.
On TV.
On radio.
On digital. Absolutely everywhere.
We don't talk down to you.
We embrace all voices with honest and civilised conversation.
We are not part of the establishment.
We're one of you.
And we're only getting started.
Join us on GB News,
the People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
My name's Tom Harwood and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today.
I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory, twice baked.
Is there not an opportunity here to win out against the extremes?
Tom Harwood, GB News.
What are you going to do about it?
Things should have been done differently, and they certainly are being done differently.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, 9:30 Monday to Friday on GB News.
Where would you like to go?
Just take me to the studio, please, mate. You know where you're going. I've got a show to do. Friday Night Feast on GB News, 7 p.m. And it's like nothing you've ever seen before. We take a different angle on the week's biggest news stories. The viewers and listeners set me some absolutely mad challenges to do. We tried to rehome a rescue dog. And yes, there's some other wacky stuff in there as well. I feel like I could take on the world. Well, that's that. Friday Night Feast with me, Patrick Christie's, every Friday, 7 till 9 p.m. on GB News. Be there.
It's breakfast family time now with Stephen, Ellie, Aidan and Stephanie.
The whole gang is back.
The whole gang is here. So we've got all got all the sport and showbiz for you, which is what we like.
Three of us are matching.
I know.
I know. Stephen, what are you
Stephen,
playing
I don't
at?
know what happened to you.
We didn't give Stephen the memo.
I haven't got a beige suit.
We need to put you in cream.
Yeah.
Cream. Oh,
Yeah, look,
can
we've
you
all got the
imagine?
memo.
Can you imagine?
Yeah.
Look, let's kick off with a bit of sport. And the Premier League was back last night, Aidan?
It certainly was, yeah. Arsenal in action against Crystal Palace. Arsenal, of course, this time last year, an away game in London on a Friday night. They lost 2-0. In fact, they lost their first 3 games of the season. Ultimately, at the end of the season, it cost them a Champions League place. So they didn't want to repeat those mistakes this time. They went to Crystal Palace, a ground where they've struggled in recent years from time to time, and they won 2-0, goals by Gabriel Martinelli on 20 minutes, and an own goal by Mark Guehi of Crystal Palace 5 minutes from time. So £113 million spent over the summer by Arsenal. They're determined not to repeat the mistakes of last season. Mikel Arteta, the manager, said afterwards that they looked hungry, and that was a terrific start for them. And I suppose on a Friday you're starting before 24 hours before everybody else, so it's a real head start for them, and maybe they can hold it for the season. It's about time. We've been talking for years about maybe a club the size of Arsenal being able to get right back up to the top again and challenge the likes of Man City and Chelsea. It'd be a bit far for them to do that this time, but a great start nonetheless.
Is the manager Arteta?
Yes, Mikel Arteta.
Do you think he's finding his way for this season? Because I remember there was a bit touch and go with him this year.
Yeah, well, you're like this, actually, Stephanie, because they've been a subject of the latest All or Nothing series. So certain clubs have invited the Amazon cameras in. And he's come across in a different light.
Yeah.
He's drawn diagrams and things like that, which, footballers aren't really used to in the dressing room.
Yeah.
He's also, out on his own training pitch at Arsenal, he's been playing the walkout music of the away ground they're going to next to try and get into the zone of what it's going to be like when they walk out at Anfield or Old Trafford or Selhurst Park. And so there's some weird and peculiar things, but it's called marginal gains these days, giving the players the tiniest advantage, which can make all the difference in a very competitive league. But yeah, in terms of how he's doing, look, he's been there 2 years now. He's got an FA Cup under his belt already.
Yeah.
They're not ready to dispense with him just yet.
What do you make of superstar managers?
Oh,
Steph? Are they celebs?
I
They're
love
all right?
them. That's why I was always a fan of Mourinho. Like, a lot of people hate him, but I just loved his characters. I loved how honest he was.
Obviously, that the one with the teeth?
When I managed the football team,
Yeah.
at my previous employers, I was known as Mourinho.
No way. That's what I'm going to call you from now on.
That's a good one.
Look, because we were talking about fashion,
yeah,
just a quick one to tee you off.
Yeah.
The best dressed star.
Yeah, so Society Bible Tatler, every year they come with their best dressed people, top 25. It's both for men and women. And to no surprise, the Duchess of Cambridge has been voted the best dressed person. They've liked her fashion statements during the Queen's Jubilee at Ascot this year, but also they paid homage to people who've got in touch with 1980s looks. So there's been many times where Kate has been inspired by Diana's looks from the 80s and stuff like that. So it's been quite interesting.
How do you think it's her, or is it a dresser that's doing it?
She has got a stylist.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask, yeah.
Yeah, she has got a stylist. But one thing I like about Kate, she's not scared to recycle looks before. You know, most celebrities, royals, they always want to wear something new, but Kate will wear an outfit 2 or 3 times and still make it look really good. So it may not be an innate style, but she carries off designs pretty well.
It's slightly weird, all this retro stuff, isn't it? In the, is it, because like Netflix, Stranger Things,
yeah,
right? Are we being driven by that, or is that being driven by what else is happening?
I think we're being driven by that, to be honest. I think it's one of those things where fashion, films, it's a cycle. People are always looking back to the past for inspiration. And I find most of the trends, the vintage trends of the 80s, they always come back again. They're quite classic.
That Princess Diana look that we're seeing a lot at the moment, isn't it? It's cycling shorts, big baggy jumpers, the socks and the trainers. It looks so cool.
I love it.
It is making a resurgence, for sure.
You had a jacket on yesterday that had huge lapels. That's not even 80s. That was more. That's more sort of 50s.
Was I set to take off?
The big lapels, yeah, huge.
I can't remember what I was wearing. Was it a navy one? Was it?
I can't remember.
Yeah. I think
but the 80s all went very narrow lapels. It really narrowed.
Yeah, it was like
double-breasted suits.
like Spandau Ballet, Gary Newman, kind of stuff. Yeah, the narrow lapels.
So
you're brought back with Franz Ferdinand in the 2000s as well.
Yeah, so you're going to have to reinvest in your wardrobe, Aidan.
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
I would have loved to have seen you in the 80s, Stephen. Did you have like bomber jackets and all that stuff in the 90s?
No, I had something which my father called a keitel, which is what you used to milk cows with in a keitel. So it was like a green sort of soft form jacket, and I could roll up the sleeves.
Oh, so you've always been a suave dresser.
Yeah, well, I don't know about suave. And I had.
Well, you didn't roll up your sleeves when you went out on a night out, did you? Like Paul Calf?
Oh yeah,
Paul Calf.
Yeah, Paul Calf. Yeah. There's a fly in the studio. And also, I had a grey trench coat.
Oh, do you still have it? Do you still keep stuff?
No, it's long gone. I mean, I was 15, 16. But it was great walking about. I used to walk back from the pub and this train sway behind you in the northern winds and all that.
I love it.
It was fun.
Sounds like you're walking back from the Woolpack on Emmerdale.
Oh, well, wasn't far from that. That was a bit what life was like for me back from the pub. Aidan, transfer market. It's quite interesting because I know you've got, not only do you have your wonderful views on that, but you've got a superb guest standing by.
I have. Is Harry here?
Is there? Yeah.
Well, we're going to get straight into Harry then in that case. I'd like to welcome Harry Redknapp on to GB News this morning, the legendary former manager of West Ham, Tottenham, Portsmouth, QPR, Bournemouth, probably a few other clubs as well. Oh, Southampton as well, briefly. Yeah. Harry, good to see you. I don't know if you saw Arsenal last night. What did you make of them, if you did?
How are you, Aid?
I'm good, thanks, Harry. What about yourself?
Yeah, I'm all good, mate, all good.
And you saw Arsenal last night?
Yeah, I watched the game, I thought they played very well. Very impressed. A good start. They look stronger this year, look better all-round team. And, I think that there's 1 or 2 teams below the top 2 that will have improved an awful lot. I think Arsenal, Tottenham, waiting to see what Chelsea finally do in the transfer market. So I think it's going to be a tighter division this year, the Premier League.
In all years of managing at the top level of the game, I don't think you'll have had a World Cup in the middle of the season. How do you expect that to influence the dynamics of a Premier League season? Because you're looking at fixture congestion, because obviously you've got that big 6-week break in the middle. You've got players who maybe don't want to risk injury ahead of the World Cup. What sort of condition are they going to come back in on Boxing Day when they resume? It's a nightmare for managers, isn't it?
It is, yeah. It's going to be so difficult, and obviously clubs that have got players that are, you're hoping obviously that one or two of them don't get picked and don't have to go away. Because it's going to have a massive impact on the division this year. So, the teams with the bigger and stronger squads where they can, rest one or two, come back a bit jaded, maybe from the World Cup, they're going to be the teams that will be stronger at the end of it. So, it's going to play a big part in deciding the outcome of the Premier League this season for sure.
I hope you had a chance to think about the message I sent you a little while ago. I was asking you for your tip to win the Premier League title, your top 4 and your 3 to go down. No pressure, Harry.
Hey, no, got to be true. No, listen, I'm listening. I've said to you before, and I'm not saying it because you're on today, there's not many people I've met in the years more knowledgeable about the game than you, and I mean that, and I've said that to you before. You should actually be a head of recruitment for a football club. Your knowledge is fantastic. So I think you've probably got more chance of answering that than me.
Thanks, Harry. That's kind of you to say.
No, it's true. I've said that to you before. Who do I think will win the league?
Yeah.
Well, the obvious one is Man City, but I've got a feeling maybe Liverpool this year. I think it was so close last year, 1 point. I think maybe Liverpool could just edge it. They're two fantastic teams. I think the two, but still, even though Real Madrid won Champions League, I still think the two best teams in the world are Man City and Liverpool. So, there's nothing between them. But Liverpool. If you're a betting man, Liverpool better value at 5-2. I just about favour Liverpool. But
what about just below
tight.
that, though, Harry, in 3rd, 4th and 5th? Because that's been an almighty battle in the last few years. You've got Chelsea, you've got Tottenham, you've got Arsenal in there as well.
I think Spurs look strong. I think Spurs are going to get a lot closer this year. I fancy Tottenham to finish 3rd. And then it's Chelsea, Arsenal. As I say, I'm waiting to see who Chelsea bring in, really. That's going to be the key. They've made a couple of signings. They're looking at there's 2 or 3 more top players keep getting mentioned with Chelsea. If they get them in, I think they're going to be very good again, this year. So it's going to be a great league. I really do think it's open this year. I think any of that top 5 could win it. Man United there's still 3 or 4 players short to really be up there challenging.
I must ask you, Harry, about the lower end of the table. You fought many a relegation battle in your time successfully, the vast majority of those occasions as well. But, I mean, how do you feel about your local team, Bournemouth? It's going to be a struggle for them, don't you think?
Yeah, it's going to be a struggle. I'm going today. I'm looking forward to the game. Going with my grandkids today.
Villa at home, isn't it?
Hopefully we can survive this year. They did great last year getting up, but Scott's got it all on this year to keep them in the division for sure. We bought 1 or 2 players in. Taverner came in from Middlesbrough, but we haven't spent a lot, and Notts Forest have come up and had a real go. I mean, they really are having a go to stay in the Premier League. Full credit to them. So I think that they've got every chance of staying up. But I do think it's going to be a tough one. If Scott can keep Bournemouth up, I would think he won't have many better achievements in his career so long as however many years he's in management. He's got it all on to do it this year for sure.
Harry, we really appreciate you joining us on GB News this morning. I hope next time I come down there's a nice piece of cake with my name on it as well. And I'll catch up with you soon,
make you a cake, no problem.
We're all coming, Harry. We're all coming.
Cheers, Harry. God bless you.
You're all very welcome.
Lovely stuff. Harry, thank you very much
See you guys.
indeed.
Have a great day.
Cheers, H. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Harry.
Do you know what's interesting with that?
What?
Is that I bumped into, it was January actually, I was out in a restaurant, bumped into Jamie. Who I used to bump into occasionally at Sky, but didn't know very well. And you know, went down, invited me to the table, sat down, had a good old gossip with him. And you can see where he gets it from, because what a nice, actually, I mean, got to be rolling in money with all their careers. What a nice, down-to-earth pair of fellas they are.
Success throughout the family. I spent many a long time with Harry. I've asked him plenty of stupid questions down the years. He was always polite to me. He never put me in my box or anything like that, which he needed to do. And it's quite emotional hearing him say that, because I've known him a long time.
Yeah, the man's a legend. That's an endorsement you don't get easily, I think. I'll tell you what, when it comes to superstars and being, keeping the feet on the ground and being quite nice and being polite, manners costs nothing. And I'm a bit surprised at this. Tom Cruise is being praised for his manners.
He is. So there is a couple from the Lake District, Jason and Sarah Haygarth. They were going for a hike. And they were trying to get to the top, and then they could see helicopters circling around. And then all of a sudden, this production crew, Hollywood production crew, come to them and tell them, you can't go any further because we're filming. So as they stop and pause, they see Tom Cruise coming down, doing a paragliding stunt, and they could not believe their eyes. So they had to stop for about, God knows, half an hour to an hour with their dog. Then afterwards, Tom Cruise came and apologised to them and said, sorry for affecting your hike, and you have a cute dog.
Isn't that nice? And I bet they didn't mind one bit, because you might be looking forward to a hike, but seeing a movie being
It's
filmed...
not every day when you go on a hike you expect to see Tom Cruise, so they definitely must have been starstruck. And Tom Cruise is quite humble, actually. Of all the stars I've met, he's very humble. What you see is what you get.
I knew a friend who works in security, private security down at Gatwick Airport, because he comes in and goes to that Scientology place near the car park at Gatwick Airport in Hawley, doesn't he? And he said he was always very down to earth. You know, I suppose it helps when you just get waved through without showing your passport, doesn't it? But
when was the last time you got starstruck, Aidan?
Starstruck. Well, when I first started working with Stephen, was really.
What are you after?
Starstruck.
Yeah.
No, I never really got starstruck by football people. Really.
Yeah.
I interviewed all of them: Beckham, Rooney, Lampard, the lot of them.
None of them have.
I met Pele. I met Nelson Mandela.
Yeah.
Oh, now.
2009 in South Africa, I nearly didn't go because I was up on a deadline for the News of the World, but I managed to can that for a second, spike it, and went along to meet him along with the Manchester City squad.
Yeah.
Now, that would be someone
that would be
out of
for
everyone. Nelson, I mean, I can't believe that.
Yeah.
Nelson Mandela.
Wow. I met John Major, but I wasn't starstruck. I interviewed him once. Mick Hucknall.
Yeah.
Oh, he's a nice fella.
Mick Hucknall was good because he was talking about how fearful he was about his Man United team playing Arsenal next day, and Arsenal were in fantastic form. And he's going, I just don't know what they're going to do to us. Next day, we put it on the front of the Daily Mirror pull-out, Simply Dread.
Brilliant. No, I've never met Mick Hucknall. The bizarre, I'm very good friends with his cousin. And yet I've never been able to persuade her to...
Did you know he was in a punk band before he was in Simply Red? One of my colleagues was showing me like an old-school video of him doing Holding Back the Years, but the punk version.
Really?
Yeah, the viewers should YouTube it. It's hilarious.
I didn't mean to get emotional when I spoke to him, but something got me started, you know.
You wouldn't believe, listeners, what we have to put up with.
Himself.
It's terrible.
Time.
It's terrible. Talking of, I mean, Mick Hucknall has got an amazing voice. I just think he's sensational. Someone else who is just proving to be a talent beyond talent is Lady Gaga.
Oh, she is. I've always had I hate, the Gaga fans are going to come after me, but I've always had a love-hate relationship for Lady Gaga because sometimes I find her too much, but she has got an amazing voice and incredible acting talent. And this week she confirmed that she will be starring in Joker 2. And so the title for Joker 2 is Folie à Deux, which in French means a shared madness. So it's going to be her and Joaquin Phoenix. And so together, I think they're going to be causing lots of trouble in the sequel, but the sequel's also going to be a musical. It's set to be a musical,
Oh, that's weird.
So it's definitely going to spin the whole Joker franchise on its head, but I think it could work, actually.
Possibly. It's weird, isn't it? I mean, it was the Joker, as he did it, was so removed from anything else we've seen before, but amazing.
Them together, I think it'll be a blockbuster.
She's going to be totally crackers.
Yeah, she is.
She's done so well, though. Like, we've got to give it to her. I mean, I am always impressed. I know lots of people get quite annoyed by it, but I do think it is quite impressive when someone is such a good singer, such a performer, to then go on and actually be a really fantastic actress as well.
Definitely.
I think it's quite hard to do
both really good.
Difficult to do it in reverse as well, isn't it?
Yeah. And to be taken seriously as an actress as well. And I think she has actually done that. What's that film that she was in with Bradley Cooper?
A Star Is Born.
Now that
she was amazing.
I saw her in
she's waiting for that Oscar.
Gucci film.
Gucci.
House of Gucci.
She good in that?
Yeah, excellent.
Yeah, she got panned for that.
Yeah,
the reviews
I didn't
weren't nice
realise
for
when I watched
but I
that
thought she was really
there were
good
no
in it
members of
as
the
well,
Gucci
so.
family left in the company.
Yeah.
And it's actually owned by the Tom Ford franchise now.
Is it really?
They own loads of them.
The man of knowledge.
It's terrifying.
If I was doing a pub quiz, I'd be like, Aidan, please come.
Oh, yeah. Dial on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire.
Yeah.
Oh.
You would be the best person to call.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Everyone said to me I should be on You Bet, but as with Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, it hasn't been on TV for about 20 years. So.
No, I swear it's on now, isn't it?
No. Well, it's on UK Gold, but they're repeats.
right.
Yeah.
You Bet. Yeah.
Again, knows everything.
You Bet. Matthew Kelly.
You Bet.
It was because I know all these football results going back to when I was a kid.
Yeah.
And that's what Harry was kind of talking about earlier on. And someone said I should go on there and maybe be tested on them. But every time they suggested it, I mean, the last show was about 1993 or something.
Right. Well, Matthew Kelly.
Yeah, Matthew Kelly was the presenter.
He's a nice fellow. I've met him. He's a nice fellow.
Stars in their eyes.
Although you do feel like you need someone to sort of be vaping next to you and blow a huge plume of smoke so you can walk through it. So I'm going to be David Essex. Oh, there you go. Happy days.
On that note.
Yes, thank you both very much indeed. We'll
Good to
see
see
you
you.
tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
I'm not here tomorrow.
What?
I'm going to party in the south of France for the rest of the weekend.
Steph, what you like?
Sorry.
It's a great life, that one.
So is anyone else filling in for you?
Yeah, someone else will be.
Someone else.
There'll be someone in the hot seat.
So there you go. That is it from us. We're back tomorrow at 6. Esther and Philip are here next with Saturday Morning.
Morning. If you have to rainfall this weekend, it's not good news. Certainly for most of England and Wales, it's going to be a dry weekend with sunny spells. A bit chilly out there first thing this morning. It is going to turn warmer, more especially as we go into next week. High pressure is moving in, keeping things mostly dry, certainly for England and Wales. We do have this weather front, however, which is trickling across Scotland, bringing some light rain and drizzle here and there. Always likely to stay fairly damp through today across northernmost parts of Scotland, but elsewhere through central and southern Scotland and Northern Ireland, just a few showers scattered about, really. For the majority across England and Wales, it's staying dry. Quite a bit of cloud over northern parts of England, North Wales, but lengthy spells of sunshine across the south. And it's here where, after a bit of a chilly start this morning, temperatures will pick up this afternoon to 24, 25 degrees. Cooler conditions further north, but if it brightens up in eastern Scotland, we could get temperatures back up to 20 Celsius late in the day. Overnight, we'll keep outbreaks of rain going over the Northern Isles and the Western Isles, northern parts of the Highlands. Elsewhere, again, the vast majority will be dry and clear. And again, reasonably comfortable night, certainly fresher than it was earlier on in the week, with temperatures in some spots down into single figures. Another fine day to come then on Sunday for most of England and Wales. Western parts of Scotland keeping the cloud, outbreaks of rain and drizzle on and off here. But a brighter day across Aberdeenshire, down through to the borders, some sunny spells. And I think it'll stay dry and bright across Northern Ireland too. With that wet weather in the far northwest, temperatures again suppressed somewhat here. But elsewhere, temperatures a little higher tomorrow, more widely over 20 Celsius, and in the south, 25, the southeast, maybe 27 degrees Celsius. High pressure then, the dominant feature through the weekend and beyond. This high will keep things dry for many well into next week, and as you can see, we're expecting the temperatures to rise further next week as well.
The man who wants to be the Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak, sits down with me, Esther McVey and Philip Davis this Saturday. Don't miss it. Does the former Chancellor have what it takes to beat his rival, Liz Truss? Can he regain the momentum he's lost over the last couple of weeks? All questions and all answers put to the Tory leadership hopeful, Rishi Sunak, today at 10 a.m. on GB News. Don't miss it. It's the People's Channel.
We are GB News.
We're right across this great nation.
On TV.
On radio.
On digital. Absolutely everywhere.
We don't talk down to you.
We embrace all voices with honest and civilised conversation.
We are not part of the establishment. We're one of you.
And we're only getting started.
Join us on GB News,
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel. Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
My name's Tom Harwood and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what